Well, good afternoon. Welcome to Wire to Wire. Great to be back with all of you here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and it's opening day 2026. Track announcer John G. Dooley, my fifth season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, joined by the one and only Racing Rachel.
Hi,
back,
guys.
and I know you're excited. It's opening day.
I'm so excited, John. I've missed you so much, and every time we come on the air, I'm like cracking up. But yeah, so excited for the 2026 meet. This is going to be the best meet yet. This is going to be our best year yet, 2026, and we're so excited to be back. We've got some amazing events and a little bit of changes here and there that we're going to tell you about later. But yeah, kind of cool. Horses like this weather though, but it is sunny.
Sunny skies, main track is fast. We had no turf racing carded on this 7th of April, 2026 as we kick off the meet here with 9 races, by the way, and a couple of premier races. We got handicaps as part of our racing program, and in just a moment we'll talk about a new wager on the final 2 thoroughbred races every day here at the track.
Yeah, we're very excited about the meet this year. We've got to talk about that, but for today we do have the MC Roberts in race 7, and we do have the Brian Elmore in race 8, some premier racing. I was talking to Bick about these races and just wow, the 8th race is clops to lose. I mean, let's just say it. Lots of very interesting stats that we've got going into this day as well that we'll report to you later. We're going to race until November 13th. Derby's July 11th. We're going to take that nice mid-meet break on the week of July 20th. So there are some key racing dates for you and just kind of an overview of how the year's going to go.
123 racing days here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It starts today with a 9-race card. Speaking of starting, we have a new starter here this season. Welcome to the Horseshoe Indianapolis team. Oscar Quiros will be starting the races of us here in 2026.
We got to go, me and Oscar went golfing the other day, and he's really he's just a stand-up guy. He's super nice, very professional. He's on it, and he didn't just work on the gate as a horseman. Yeah, he's been working on the gates, actually. The mechanics of it, he knows a lot about that as well. So yeah, we're very sad to see Ray retire, and we love our starter Ray. He's still with us back there in some capacity, but Oscar taking over. Very excited to welcome him to the Indiana family.
Oscar Quiros, new starter for Horseshoe Indianapolis as we kick off the first of 123 days here at this track in Shelbyville. You mentioned the weather, sunny skies, temperature-wise in the upper 40s. Speaking of new, we've got a new weather team to bring us the updated forecast for our racing program each and every day during this 2026 racing season. So time to check in with the Weather Authority, Fox 59, and let's check in with the team there.
Good afternoon. We're in for a chilly Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine around, but temperatures only climbing into the upper 40s this afternoon. We will remain rain-free and keep with mostly sunny skies as we head into the afternoon. And we'll see increasing clouds tonight as temperatures drop to the mid-30s early Wednesday morning.
Krista McEnany joining here, Wire to Wire, the pre-race show from the Weather Authority, Fox 59. Speaking of Indianapolis.
He asked her name, and I literally was like, I pointed because I was like, I can't wait to hear how he says her last name because I had no idea. And I'm a Mick, and I was like, how do you say that?
Well, speaking of the Weather Authority, Fox 59, and all those downtown, by the way, what a successful March Madness.
I just retweeted or reposted.
Is so busy, very cool. And
the NCAA said, thank you, Indianapolis. You're always a great host. So another great year.
Yep.
And you got your post about everything that was going on. I mean, we just knock it out of the park.
Congratulations to Michigan winning the title. Terrific game over UConn last night there downtown. Fox 59, the Weather Authority, joining us here on the pre-race show. Speaking of new, $5 last call, daily double. Final 2 thoroughbred races all season long. Low 15% takeout, and today, of course, we've got the final 2. We'll close with a quarter horse maiden or quarter horse dash. That's our final pick 3 of the day. But this is new, $5 last call daily double.
Yeah, maybe if you guys really like this, I'll give in to Los Pony and try to talk E into adding it to the 8th and 9th. Those last 2 races because. Yeah, Los Pony's crying about that one, Jose was, but definitely. Yeah, exactly. But what a nice couple of races to put it on this year, we're very excited to offer the $5 last call late daily double here on the MC Roberts and the Brian Elmore today.
And of course, Martha Clausen, part of the team here. Martha's always happy, so just the fact that she gets to give her top 5 picks, maybe throw out a quarter horse pentafecta on that maiden dash to wrap up opening day here with 9 races. We have the forecast from Krista at the Weather Authority, Fox 59. So talking about the racing program, again, we have a lot of the top connections from seasons past here at Horseshoe Indianapolis back for 2026. Among those, Randy Klopp, all-time winningest trainer here in the history of this track with 603 career victories, and those are training titles for Randy Klopp. Gennaro Garcia, 602 all-time wins here. So he's right there vying to become the all-time winningest conditioner in the history here of thoroughbred racing in Indiana. 603 for Randy Klopp, 602 for Gennaro Garcia. Also talking about Gennaro, he's only 3 away from 1,000 career victories, but he's 2 for 86 in 2026.
That's right, and he's got 7 or 6.
Yeah.
The AE is an entry on today's card, no matter if it's also an entry. So that's 6. I'm just going through because they sent us the changes as soon as we came down here. I wanted to make sure he has. Yeah, they both have. Both of our guys who are close to milestones have 6 in today. So very excited to see what they're going to do. But as you alluded, Gennaro's 3 away from 1,000, and also jockey Evan Roman is away from 1,000 wins. So I've got both posters in my office, and I'm ready to go.
Great that you have a poster. Great
Tammy ordered them.
Great that he's approaching that milestone. But checking Equibase yesterday, and again, Tammy Knox, all the terrific notes we get, the daily racing notes each and every day from the outstanding publicist here, Tammy Knox. But reading that yesterday about Gennaro, but then checking Equibase to see, I mean, racing at Oaklawn, racing at Turfway Park, those tough meets during the winter, 2 for 86. Gennaro Garcia, just so keep that in mind. But he is back here at the track that he's done so well at in the past.
I wake up every morning and read the. I wake up every morning and I get the.
Wake up in the
Equibase.
morning and I step out.
I get this email with everyone who's close, and I did every day. And I even emailed it Tammy and Eric and said, "Man, I hate when my guys win it somewhere else." I think I jinxed him. So Gennaro, I'm so sorry. I'm sure you're gonna get it right away now that you're back.
She has a poster.
I have a poster. It's gonna happen.
We have posters reminding all of you about the contests coming up here. And of course, Wednesdays are for winning for all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors, that back in 2026, and available for those handicappers here on track all the way through November. Rachel.
Yes, I'm so excited.
I'm so excited. Point your sister.
I'm just quoting songs today. What is going on?
Karaoke open.
Very excited for us to be bringing back Racing Rachel's Warriors. It's really, at this point, the only contest that we have on track, only one of only, since online play is such a big deal. But we definitely want to reward those who come here and hang out with us in Indiana at the track. My local guys, or my degenerates, as I like to say, who are my favorite people, you can win $2,000 in this finale. It's a big payout at the end. Only the winners of each week, so it behooves you to play this early because that gives you that many more chances to get that top spot by November.
1:34 here on this opening day edition of Wire to Wire. John and Racing Rachel taking you through a preview of today's first of 123 race cards here at the Shelbyville Hippodrome. Talking about next month as we the 152nd Kentucky Derby and the Kentucky Oaks. We've got the Road to Champions Day. It's back again this year. Back again. It was very popular in 2025. We've brought it back. The contest begins on the 1st of May. Will be held every day of thoroughbred racing leading up to Indiana Champions Day. Mark that day down on your calendar in the fall. That's Saturday, October 24th. Players must go to 123 gambling site, that specific contest platform, to register to play. But this back here, the second year, Rachel, for Road to the Champions Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Yeah, and I've already got, I think over the last probably 10 days, I've had a fair few tweets posts asking me, hey, Rachel, is that everyday pick 'em? They call, a few of them have said the everyday contest is what they're calling it. But yes, our Road to the Champions contest will resume this year, but it's not going to start until May 1st, and it will go until Saturday, October 24th. The contest will be handled by 123 Gaming. Shout out to them. Go to roadtochampionsday.com. We also are giving away 2 seats to the 2027. I can't believe it's about to be 2027. Like we're talking about 2027. Wow. Luckily, I made a deal that I'm going to be 29 for the rest of my life. But we're giving away seats to the
Yeah, I did too.
NHC. 18 seats we give out over the year, man. We give away a ton.
Oh, well, speaking of May, 4 days after we're bringing back Road to the Champions Day, another contest that proved popular last year, talking about the Jocks Agent Contest. That'll be back a few days after Road to the Champions Day, starting on May the 5th. This contest will be held every Tuesday through Thursday here at the track. You get those weekly points on Tuesdays all the way through July 14th. It's proving popular, Jockey's Agent Contest. So all of you fans joining us here, if you've ever wondered what it's like to be Bugsy or Jimmy McInerney or Tim Hanisch.
I have wondered what it's like to be
or all of them.
Tim Hanisch a time or two in my life, honestly. But yeah, Jocks Agents Contest will return. And if you want to play the races like a Jocks Agent, which is, I think, one of the coolest jobs at the track, definitely. Yeah, I think it would be so fun to boss jockeys around. I already boss jockeys around. I'd get paid extra 20% to do it. That's what I want. First place, 5 points. Second place, third points. And third place, 1 point. So every day, come in. You got to check in and change your entries, what jockeys you want that day. Bonus points are awarded as well if they get days.
It's a cool contest.
Yeah, it's a really fun contest. It really does play to someone who knows the Jock Agents game, or if not, play your luck.
And as I mentioned, we've got those contests. This will be on Tuesdays. We talked about Racing Rachel's Warriors. Wednesdays are for winning contest-wise. And a contest for Thursday, back again in 2026. Spot on, Rachel, with Exactamundo. We'll have those 10 prelims all the way through July the 9th. And again, this contest, that's the Thursday. Again, starting May 5th. Jocks Agent on that Tuesday. Racing Rachel's Warriors on Wednesday the 6th. Thursday the 7th is Exactamundo kicking off all the way through the 9th of July with the grand finale. That's on Thursday, July the 18th, with that $1,500 top prize to be handed out to the top handicapper after Exactamundo.
Yes, and this is all going to start right after Kentucky Derby, so definitely join us on Friday. We also added Oaks Day. We haven't been racing on Oaks Day, so we're going to go ahead and run Friday on Kentucky Oaks and Saturday on Kentucky Derby. Definitely call and make sure that you ask about info for that. If you want any information and you listen and you don't know how to get online, which I've realized there's a few guys, call 317-421-0000. Just remember 0000 and you'll get to our receptionist. And most of the time there's somebody up there that can answer your questions if you're not finding it on the website.
My question was, why didn't I follow your pick for the Toyota Bluegrass with further ado? Dare oppose Brad
I
Cox
did.
in the Grade 1 Bluegrass Stakes. But talking about the Road to Louisville contest, it's
I didn't even brag to Ryan that I had that.
Road to Louisville. I mean, Rachel's been, posting her tip sheets every Saturday through the contest all winter long. On our
yes, I
HS
have.
Indy Racing. 18 seats will be given out in 2026, with 3 for the Road to Louisville. That contest coming to an end at the 2nd of next month. Other contests associated with the 2 NHC seats for all of you horse players. Well, that includes Road to Champions Day. That's May 1st. 11 for the NHC qualifiers on July 10, 11, and December 5th. That'll be after the meet wraps up. And 2 for the Veterans Day contest. So, of course, you had a chance to go back to Horseshoe Vegas and crown a new champion for NHC 2026.
Yeah, wow, what a really exciting year it was. And I usually am not right about stuff like this because it's hard to remember everything from over the years. They start blending together. But I knew in those since I've been working that contest, I knew no one had won that close. So shout out to Dylan. But yeah, we're running out of time. I'm going to go ahead and talk about these handicaps. What do you think? What did you think about the MC Roberts? You've got some really nice races in here, and you got a nice full field to get you back in the swing of things, John.
The only scratches, the also eligible, the 13 total Luna Eclipse, so it doesn't in the body. Looking forward to a lot of the horses that we've seen lock horns last season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And also want to remind everybody that 7th race, the first of our premier races, does start off that new wager, the $5 last call daily double. Final 2 thoroughbred races of the day, 2 nice ones, and it starts that wager with a low 15% takeout.
Yeah, I think my long shot here is going to be Hot Middles a little bit, which I don't think she really deserves to be called a long shot as the speed that she has. But
You've always liked her last
I
year.
love Hot Middles, and I love Hannah. And I think she's going to be kind of a new horse. I think she needed a little bit of time off. She had the winter off. And so that's going to be kind of my play that I'm going to mix in here, probably in my tries, maybe box my top 3 together in an exacta would be a nice key play. But I think she's going to run back to the beginning of the year last year after a little bit of a freshening. She also has put up a 90 at the distance here of 5.5. The top 2, I think, though, are going to be the 3 and the 1. The kid Pataki also, which I thought was so cool that Steve brought this up today, and I had noticed that, but I didn't know if anybody else would think it was cool as I did. The 6th and the 5th race, Appeasing, is a half sibling to the great kid Pataki. She's a hard knocking mare. She fits in really well in these handicaps. And then the 1 also nice speed at the distance of 90 as well. I think the kid Pataki's was like 92 or something like. No, Akati Flatter actually is the one with the best speed in this group at the distance of 92. So yeah, and I mixed that one in. So I would go 3-1-9-6 in that one. I had to put 4 just because it's a full field and it's a handicap, and I figured you guys might enjoy a couple extra options. The Brian Elmore is race 8, our last thoroughbred race, and I literally wrote Klopp's race on my program. He's just got such nice horses in here. I mean, I love Latigo. He is a 7-year-old though now, so let's see how it goes. He definitely is the kind of horse that can win off the jump, as he was nosed out by Win Me Over in this race last year. Well, an opening week race, I should more say. And then the 3 Win Me Over is tough. Santos Sanger for Bob. I'm sorry, Sleepy. I do like Win Me Over a little bit as well that I'd mixed in. But for my long shot, I'm going to go with Scotty's Edge. If you go back last, well, it was actually the end of 2024, put up a 92 in here. So that was a really long time ago. But as you can see, has put up some really nice speed figures since then. Granted, one of which was on the poly. But I'll talk a little bit more in depth about those and why I like that long shot later. The 4 in there for me are 6-3. 9-8. Can't wait to see what B is gonna say about these races.
You mentioned Randy Klopp, of course, the all-time winningest trainer here in the history of the track with 603 wins. Talking about Sleepy. Sleepy was a 5-time winner for Randy Klopp last season here in 2025. Wasn't even his winningest horse.
No.
Cupid's Runaway with a 6-timer last meet.
I mean,
for
what?
Randy Klopp.
Yeah, what a year last year Klopp had. I'm interested to see how everything shakes out in 2026.
Thank you to our big sponsors this year in 2026. Talking about Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, Redevelopment, Murphy Trailer Sales, B&H Electric, and Hubler Ford.
Wow, Russ Hubler Ford. I switched to the Good Brother this year.
Okay, just keep track of that.
Yeah, and I don't know who sells sponsorships around here, but dang, she's doing a good job.
She's really doing a great job. Yeah. I give her a raise, Eric.
I also named the last call double, so I've contributed to the 2026 year, so I'll see you guys later. Bye.
That'll do it for Rachel. Don't forget, social media-wise, if you'd like to follow Racing Rachel and the entire team, you can follow me at John G. Dooley, Racing Rachel at Racing Rachel Amos. So many of you already do. Martha Clausen will be talking about that final maiden quarter horse dash of the day. Martha's on Martha Clausen, honored, by the way, at the Sam Houston Race Park. So congratulations
she
to Martha.
was.
Yeah,
they told me about that when I was in Vegas. I was so happy for her.
Brian Aragoni at Mr. B Analyst and TrackWise.
Mr. B.
Be sure to follow us. Check us out on social media, not only on X at HS Indy Racing, but we're on Instagram. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, and there you can follow us on social media all season long. It's the first of 123 days here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Sunny skies, upper 40s. We checked in with the Weather Authority, Fox 59, with Krista for the official race day forecast. Quick time out here on this opening day edition of Wire to Wire. We'll be back with a B block. The program joined by Brian Aragoni right now for Racing Rachel and me, John G. Dooley. We're done. Have fun.
Have fun. Bye for now. I miss doing that.
It's back.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to the B Block here, wire to wire, Horseshoe Indianapolis, opening day of the 123-day meet. It is so sweet to hear the voices of Miss Racing Rachel, the beautiful and talented analyst, along with John G. Dooley, a wordsmith at his craft up in the announcer's booth. And I'm thankful we've got some new faces as well. Welcome Amber and Oscar. There's plenty of exciting things going on here at Horseshoe Indy for the 2026 meet, and there's a lot of racing upcoming. 123 days. We've got some overnight stakes races today. We'll debut that turf course later on in May, but full fields. Day one, big fields, kicking off with Tuesday and Wednesday, and it's a challenging day. We're going to have that pick 5, the lowest takeout in the nation right now. Pick 5 kicks off at race number 1 as well as race number 4. I'm continuing to evolve. I'm sure you as a handicapper are as well, learning things every day, both from handicapping and betting. That's the challenging thing about this pari-mutuel wagering is you have to be good at both. Not only handicapping, but also the wagering aspect of it. I'll take you through my first 5 races, go over this early pick 5, how I decided to structure my ticket. And today is a day that, frankly, I have very low confidence. You don't know who's cranked and who's ready to rock and roll. It's not like we have a boutique meet where you know horses are coming in to win. With the 123-day meet running all the way through nearly Thanksgiving, some owners and trainers may be a little bit more patient, may race their way into running shape, and others have been stabled here all winter, ready to rock and roll. You heard Rachel and John talking about Randy Klopp. He had an excellent meet last year along with Gennaro Garcia. He's got his entries absolutely locked and loaded, ready to rumble, but there are multiple entries in a ton of different races. So let's go through this first 5 races. I think it's a challenging day. We've got a lot of maiden special weights as well, a lot of horses that raced at 2, now coming back at 3, and they're all trying Lasix for the first time. That's an interesting thing that can easily be overlooked as well, is that Lasix, how it affects them. Some are going to jump up immensely, and the progression from 2 to 3, not only the Lasix, but also horses' biggest improvement from 2 to 3 years old. I think there's some that are going to be overlooked, some overlay prices today that are going to come home to score. The one thing I do know with these 5.5 furlongs on the dirt, you wanted to be close to the lead, if not on the lead. It's very challenging to make up multiple lengths early on in the season, but really all season long, especially sprints here at Horseshoe Indy. We're 21 minutes away. We scratch number 3, Bass Coat, out of the opener. Leaves us with a field of 7 set to go to the gate, and almost since the wagering opened, Gisoli has been the favorite. Gennaro Garcia, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Southwest Racing Stables. This 4-year-old colt has 4 wins, a stakes winner as well, but almost immediately following that stakes victory was in for a tag of $15,000. Since then, did have one very nice win, but it was aided by a speed favoring track in the slop, going 2 turns. Ran okay over at Turfway, but this is a horse that I'm actually going to fade in my pick 5. I'm going to go 1, 5, 6, and 7 in here, try and go a little bit of a different direction. Surprisingly, I usually like to be drawn to the outside in the sprint races, but the statistics just don't show that. Post 8 and outward is really only like 6% here at Horseshoe Indy. So something you may want to pay attention to. Technically, this horse isn't breaking from 8 post or outer with that one lone scratch, but I think Gisoli could have his hands cut out or his work cut out for him in here because there's some other speed. Tay's a horse that you may have overlooked at first glance. Scott Mullins, he doesn't send a ton of the racetrack. I know the 7-year-old only has 3 wins. You get Moncada, who will run for the money in here, certainly. But this is a horse who's run well, shown good speed. And that's what I'm looking for early on in this meet is horses on the lead. It's a horse who's been training consistently here at Horseshoe Indy all March, was here in February as well. Scotty Mullins can pop at a price when he does. He usually wins at a big number. And this horse ran very well against many of these in here the last couple of starts. It wasn't long ago, May 20th last year, that this horse ran against Lucky's Joy, went off at 17-1, but actually outfooted that one early. Ultimately did get beat by 10 lengths, but showed good speed, now drawn to the outside of Lucky's Joy. And that horse is ice cold on the board right now. 9-5 morning line, currently 4-1. turf to dirt in play for this 6-year-old. John Herron, he's looking to turn things around. He's only winning at 5% this year. He had himself a good meet. He won some of the big races here at Horseshoe Indy, but ultimately he's looking to get things going in the right direction. Gutierrez was an apprentice last year. He's still got a 5-pound weight break. He's a guy that you may not be familiar with right now. You're going to hear a lot about Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Joe Ramos, Fernando de la Cruz, but Gutierrez, the guy can ride. Pay attention to him. I think Lucky's Joy is the one to beat in here, but right now, Chile on the board. 1, 5, 6, and 7 in here. Neon Leon, not to be overlooked as well for Tiana Richardville. We kick off that $1 minimum pick 4. Talk a lot about those pick 5s with that ultra low takeout, but our pick 4s got equally low takeout, 15%, $1 minimum. The one thing that really did was decrease the gap between the pick 5 payouts and those pick 4s. We're thankful that we've got Dan Cronin joining us, fat bald guy, as most of you know him on social media as well. He's going to be giving out a lot of pick 4 tickets, and I think there's a ton of value in an overlooked pool of those pick 4s. You hear us talk about the pick 5s and the allure that brings with the lowest takeout in the country, but the $1 minimum has really diminished that gap, and I recommend playing both in here. I'm going to go a little bit deeper than I probably should. I think Fakasha could be beatable in here. I do like Scotty Mullins in the first, but I think potentially a play against in the second. I may have that mixed up. Maybe Scotty Mullins won't run very well in the first, and he'll dominate in the second, and that would be unfortunate for me. But 1 for 14, 7-5 off of a long layoff. I've got some questions. This horse has burned some money along the way. It's gone off favored in 3 out of the last 4, hasn't gotten the job done, and now you've got a long layoff. The 5-pound apprentice that I do think is going to be a good rider. I just think there's some others to take a look at in this spot. Indiana Smoke Show, Randy Klopp, Moncada. There's a reason why he's got 2 entered in here. He's also got She's So Elite. I don't think that horse is going to get anywhere near 6-1. You put Klopp and Cruz together, it sounds like 5-2 or 3-1 for me. That horse hasn't shown much so far in racing, but still lightly raced, 4-year-old filly. Klopp had this one at the allowance ranks many times, and I think he's going to win a lot of races. I'm not sure how I feel about back-to-back 5-furlong workouts. Not sure if that's a good sign or a bad sign. And they also worked in the rain back on March 27th. So She's So Elite could be any sort in here for the Klopp gang. And then Glitter Queen could be overlooked. Gorham got one under the belt over at Mahoney Racing. Not worried that they got beat by 22 lengths. They were at the allowance level for a reason. They wanted to run protected to make sure that they got back in against state-bred competition today. 1, 2, 3, and 5 for me in race number 2. Race number 3 in here, scratch number 4, Q's Got Class. Not taking strong stance in this spot. I'm going to go 1, 2, 5, and 6. Now, it seems like, wow, you're really going out on a limb using 4 out of 5 horses. That's brilliant. But Junior Shadow Boy or JR Shadow Boy is not going to be on my ticket. Hannah Leahy, Joe Davis, always cheering for that tandem, ran them off their feet November 13th. Now, some of the others in here I think are going to show improvement. They went from last to first that day on closing day. Did take a long time to get to the races, and were 32-1. Now they're going to come back against winners for the first time with a layoff, closing on a track that I expect to be speed favoring at potentially 3-5. That's a hard pass for me. 1, 2, 5, and 6 for me in race number 3. Race 4, challenging one to kick off that late Fire 5. Maiden claiming event in here, 3-year-old fillies and upwards, all looking for their first career victory. Many of them have had more opportunities than you may like. The only one that is really going to be unique that I'm going to use is actual. 10-1, Eddie Keneally. He's a household name around the country, but not necessarily here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but not so fast. He's actually ran here quite a bit over the last 5 years, and when he does, he doesn't just send the proverbial junk by any means. This horse hasn't planned out how they expected. However, he does win at 30%, has 2 good workouts at Churchill Downs since that last race, now cuts back in a race that is a little bit better than it looks. Again, significantly tougher over at the P-Patch, going 7 furlongs, now cutting back, getting Lasix for the first time on the class drop. If there's ever a day for actual, it's today. 3, 7, and 9 in race number 4 as we kick off that late Fire 5. The single for me is going to come in race number 5, a challenging one, because if I'm wrong, my entire day and, frankly, my paycheck is likely to go up in smoke. I will lose the early pick 5, the late Fire 5, and both pick 4s if this horse does not win. As the hammer time of the day, it's party in the club. Hopefully we're partying and not experiencing the hangover when it's all said and done. Tavares Douglas, Evan Roman for KP Thoroughbreds. This horse, worst race, is probably still the best to win this one. Has an ability to come from off the pace if needed. Can show tactical speed as well. Ran on Indiana Champions Day and ran in some stakes races that are very nice. I'm not sure if it's a vote of confidence that this horse only has one workout prior to the start. Maybe they got what they needed, or maybe they're one work short. But getting Lasix for the first time, Party in the Club is another one that I think has been knocking on the door. Finally busts it down, but if not today, then I probably will fade at low prices going forward. But Party in the Club, a single for yours truly in race number 5. As we are 14 minutes away from the opener, John G. Dooley back up in the announcer's booth, a familiar spot for him in year 5. He'll take you through today's limited scratches and changes, and we'll be off and running here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck not only today, but the entire season.
Well, good afternoon from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us on opening day. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded under sunny skies. Here on the first day of the 123-day meet. Temperatures in the upper 40s. The main track is fast, and we had no turf racing carded. If you have your programs close by, let's take a This race will be run at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Scratch number 3, base coat. Number 3, base coat has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast track, first to the meet, 3 minutes to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alberto Burgos with Neon Leon. First to move into the starting gate. Jose Gutierrez with Lucky's Joy has joined Neon Leon. Mitch Morrow with Spot On Justice. Oscar Villarreal for Mama. Moving in. For Mama went in well. Hannah Leahy with Me and Chili in the green. Two back. Irving Moncada with Tay. One more, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Jazzoli. It's the first of 123 days at the home of the Indiana Derby. Good luck to all this meet. Here comes the first. They're in the game. Wayne running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And Lucky's Joy sprang right into action. Good speed from Jazzoli on the far outside. Spot On Justice, the white blinkers, also with early interest. Neon Leon, fourth and tight with the rail as they make this dash past the half-mile pole. In the green cap, the Chile is running in fifth. Tay is wide, second to last, and beaten for speed. For Mama trails here in the season opener. They enter the far turn. Lucky's Joy, joined by Jazzoli as they battle around the far turn. Lucky's Joy just leans. Jazzoli second on the outside, coming toward the quarter pole. Spot On Justice will strain away in third. From on the outside, Me and Chili, Neon Leon with the rail. Tay and For Mama has trailed. Heads are turned for home, and it's Jazzoli. Jazzoli with a sweep up to Lucky's Joy. They're coming down to the final furlong. Jazzoli with a slight advantage on Lucky's Joy, who tries to kick with Jazzoli. As they come past the 16th, Neon Leon is now third, with Spot On Justice in fourth. For Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., it's Jazzoli. Jazzoli wins the first of the meet from Lucky's Joy by 2. Neon Leon was third. Spot On Justice finished fourth. Eight, 5, 1, 2. The judges have posted the unofficial run order after the first of the meet. Number 8, Jazzoli, 2-1 first. Number 5, Lucky's Joy, 2-1 second. Number 1, Neon Leon, at 7-2 third. And at 4-1, the 2, Spot On Justice was fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. starts the meet for Southwest Racing Stables. Gennaro Garcia with his 998th career win. It's Jazzoli to start the meet. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Jazzoli with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., a three-time leading jockey here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Jazzoli is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown colt by Mitoli, and with Kisses from Kate by Harlan's Holiday, the now 5-time winner. Racing for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Jazzoli. Race 1 official. First results in. The $2 exact 8.5 paid $23 even. 50-cent trifecta 8.51, $24.55. Spot on Justice was fourth. The 10-cent superfecta 8.512 returned $13.39. First of the meet, 7 ran. 22 minutes away. Next sprint on the card, no changes, all 6 run. No changes in race 2 of 9. On opening day 2026, Fast Track. Race 2 will feature Exacta, Trifecta. There's the 10-cent Superfecta. Sprint starts another rolling double, pick 3, and the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card Fast. Post time for the second race will be in 22 minutes at 2:42. In all cases, if you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis opening day wagers and selections early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the starter sprint. Hope you had a bet on Jazzoli. First, they're in the game. Wing running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And Lucky's Joy sprang right into action. Good speed from Jazzoli on the far outside. Spot on Justice, the white blinkers, also with early interest. Neon Leon, fourth and tight with the rail as they make this dash past the half-mile pole. In the green cap, Bien Chile is running in fifth. Tejas wide, second to last, and beaten for speed. 4 Mama trails here in the season opener. They enter the far turn. Lucky's Joy, joined by Jazzoli as they battle around the far turn. Lucky's Joy just leans. Jazzoli second on the outside, coming toward the quarter pole. Spot on Justice will strain away in third. From on the outside, me and Chile. Neon Leon with the rail. Tay and 4 Mama has trailed. Heads are turned for home, and it's Jazzoli. Jazzoli with a sweep up to Lucky's Joy. They're coming down to the final furlong. Jazzoli with a slight advantage on Lucky's Joy, who tries to kick with Jazzoli. As they come past the 16th, Neon Leon is now third, with Spot on Justice in fourth. For Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., it's Jazzoli. Jazzoli wins the first of the meet from Lucky's Joy by 2. Neon Leon was third, first.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
Thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
With over 200 flavor notes, every sip of Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Gisoli wears down Lucky's Joy, the two top favorite horses in the win pool at 2-1. Run 1-2 in there is Gisoli on the cutback. Third start off the layoff, get Gennaro Garcia close to the milestone of win number 1,000, now sitting on 998 as Marcelino Pedroza Jr. takes the early lead on the 123-day meet, and speed looked good in that race. I know it's only one race, but no one really closed in except for Neon Leon, who was running on well late. We kick off that $1 pick 4 in here, 11 minutes away from race number 2. No scratches or changes. 5.5 furlongs going to be a common theme, not only through today, but through the first couple of weeks of racing. You'll see that distance quite often here at Horseshoe Indy. On a fast main track, let's take a look at this field in here. Is 6 of them set to go to the gate in this spot. I'm going to go to your favorite in here, Fakasha. I couldn't find my way around this one. I did have Scotty Mullins on top in the opener. Tay didn't get the lead, didn't run all that well. Gutierrez is an apprentice rider who's winning at 10% around the country this year. He's now a 5-pound weight break, but he was excellent here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and he really established himself as the top dog in that apprentice rankings here at Horseshoe Indy, and I think he's going to be sitting on a good meet. This Horseshoe's burned a little bit of money, though, no doubt about it. Fakasha is going to go off favorite in this spot again, 4-5 right now, projected on those DRF projections as low as 1-2. However, has been the beaten favorite in 3 out of the past 4 starts, with 6 second and third place finishes. But I like that this horse breaks alertly, doesn't necessarily need the lead, but can break sharp and go to the lead if they so choose to do so. Has been training consistently with 3 works over our track here at Horseshoe Indy. And Fakasha, I think, is just the speed of the speed, probably the quickest of this group, and going 5.5 furlongs. I think this is strictly the horse to beat in here, but maybe not the horse to bet. 4-5 or 1-2, a little bit skinny for a horse who has burned some money along the way, but always wishing the best for Shim Racing in here. We'll see if Fakasha can get that elusive second victory and get out of this non-winners of 2 that they've been at for some time. But a horse you might want to take a look at is She's So Elite. the Klopp gang. They're not so sneaky anymore. The past couple of years, they've been dominant near the top of the trainer standings each and every year. This 4-year-old filly is owned by Liz Klopp, trained by Randy Klopp and Fernando de la Cruz. I thought they were going to take a ton of money in here. I thought they, frankly, would be a sneaky play, but they're not. They're frankly an overlay right now, 10-1 off that 6-1 morning line. Hasn't been seen since November of last year. Did run at the allowance rank for some time. Had to drop to the claiming ranks to get that elusive first victory. Went off favored back on June 24th, where they showed good speed and ultimately wore down an inferior group at the claiming ranks. They did go back up to allowance a couple of times, but seemingly the wheels had fallen off near the end of the meet. Was in decent form early on. Kind of got a little bit leg weary later on. I think this 4-year-old filly could be ready to rock and roll. Another one who's been here training consistently, does have 5 workouts all the way back to February 13th. A couple of 3 furlong bullets before working up to 4 furlongs, and then the last 2 were 5 furlongs, trying to ensure that stamina is there. We'll see if She's So Elite is fit enough off the layoff. But you got connections, Randy Klopp and Fernando de la Cruz. You're not going to see either of these two at 10-1 very often. Down on the inside is Glitter Queen. Got to love that Bob Gorham and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Team up in here. Gorham got this one a workout, and that's really all it was. The Indiana bred took on Open Company, allowance level, went off at 20-1. Didn't really run a step, but it looked to be just a race over the track. Get out there, stretch the legs off the long layoff, and kind of running into shape. Marcelino Pedroza just got a win in our opener. He looks for another one in here with his riding double. And this horse who's shown speed in the past, when they got that first maiden breaking score, they did fight on gamely from the inside. It was only a 5-horse field. It was maiden claiming very late in the season, but they were game. They showed speed. They showed a willingness to fight. They had success down on the inside. They're going to be on the inside again today. You have to like this horse. Has what others don't, some recency. Your top 2 selections in the 3 and the 2, they don't have any recency at all. Glitter Queen, despite being beat, was facing significantly tougher over at Mahoney at the allowance level, and now second start in here and gets back to a class level that she's won at before. We'll see if Glitter Queen can make it 2 out of the last 3 in here. I ultimately think Glitter Queen might want 2 turns when it's all said and done, but they're going to start here going 5.5 furlongs, but that's a horse that it looked to stretch out later on in the season. 3, 2, and 1. We kick off the 15% takeout, $1 minimum pick 4 in here. Just 7 minutes away from the first pick 4 of the season. You can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. This race will be run at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. There are no program changes. All 6 run. Race 2 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3, starts at the $1 early pick 4. Fast Track, parading with 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 early pick 4. Fast Track. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Glitter Queen, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. riding for the opening double. Riding Prescott, Estrella Briante in. Fernando Letta Cruz with She's So Elite. She's So Elite like Indiana Smoke Show, both for Randy Klopp, two back. Jose Gutierrez with Focaccia at 5.5 furlongs, so stand by. One more. Alberto Burgos, Sarah Smiles, last of the six. To face starter Oscar Quiros. And they're off. Fast starts for Estrella Briante, quickly confronted by Focaccia, who's making a dash for it now for Jose Gutierrez, and Focaccia has taken the early lead from Estrella Briante, who pursues. Indiana Smoke Show, third on the outside. Then toward the rail is She's So Elite with the white blinkers going past the half-mile pole. Sarah Smiles is wide, and Glitter Queen is last of the sextet as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. Short lead still for Focaccia. The opening quarter, a couple of ticks over 23. They round the far turn. Focaccia just leads. From on the outside, Indiana Smoke Show coming with a bid. Estrella Briante looking to stay on in between horses. On the far outside, Glitter Queen. Then toward the rail, She's So Elite, and Sarah Smiles is last. Top of the stretch, it's Focaccia coming down to the final furlong. Focaccia has a slight lead from toward the inside. She's So Elite, who now moves through to gain the lead coming past the 16th. Estrella Briante is in between them, running in third. With Fernando Letta Cruz, it's She's So Elite. She's So Elite has won it by a length and a half to Focaccia. Estrella Briante was third, then Indiana Smoke Show and Glitter Queen next. .106.14 seconds after the state bred sprint. 106.14. 2, 3, 4. Photo for fourth. First number 2, She's So Elite at 5-1. Number 3, Focaccia, 6-5. The runner-up. Number 4, Estrella Briante at 9-2 third. Fourth, Photo. Indiana Smoke Show edges Glitter Queen. 106.14. She's So Elite, Fernando Letta Cruz. Randy Klopp, the all-time winningest trainer here in Indiana history. She's So Elite at 5-1 takes out the sprint. 5, Indiana Smoke Show was fourth. 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold all tickets until official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, number 2, She's So Elite. There's Fernando de la Cruz, the all-time winningest jockey here in history. She's So Elite is a 4-year-old Chestnut filly by Elite Squadron. Anna Paisley by Drink with the Devil. Randy Klopp trains for Liz Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of She's So Elite. Race 2 official. The $2 exacta, 2-3 paid $38.80. 50-cent trifecta, 2-3-4, $41.25. 8 and 2, the opening double, combining Jazzoli with She's So Elite, and even $55. Indiana Smoke Show was 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 2-3-4-5, paid $20.91. All 6 ran, 106.14 seconds, claim number 4, Estrella Brillante. Had a claim in for $15,000. Estrella Brillante claimed by John Harron, ran 3rd. Race 3 of 9 here on opening day 2026. Great to have you with us at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 3rd race, scratch number 4, Q's Got Class. Number 4, Q's Got Class has been scratched. No superfecta wagering. The next sprint will feature exacta, trifecta, double, the start of another rolling 50-cent pick 3. All main track card, fast under sunny skies in town. Post time in 20 minutes at 3:12. Starter Oscar Quiros. And they're off. Fast starts for Estrella Brillante, quickly confronted by Focaccia, who's making a dash for it now for Jose Gutierrez, and Focaccia has taken the early lead from Estrella Brillante, who pursues Indiana Smoke Show, 3rd on the outside. Then toward the rail is She's So Elite with the white blinkers going past the half-mile pole. Sarah Smiles is wide, and Glitter Queen is last of the sextet as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. Short lead still for Focaccia. The opening quarter, a couple of ticks over 23. They round the far turn. Focaccia just leads. From on the outside, Indiana Smoke Show coming with a bid. Estrella Brillante looking to stay on in between horses. On the far outside, Glitter Queen. Then toward the rail, She's So Elite, and Sarah Smiles is last. Top of the stretch, it's Focaccia coming down toward the final furlong. Focaccia has a slight lead from toward the inside. She's So Elite, who now moves through to gain the lead coming past the 16th. Estrella Brillante is in between them, running in 3rd. With Fernando de la Cruz, it's She's So Elite. She's So Elite has won it by a length and a half to Focaccia. Estrella Brillante was 3rd, then Indiana Smoke Show and Glitter Queen. Starter Oscar Quiros. And
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Paint skimming ride by Fernando de la Cruz gets his first win of the 2026 season from off the pace as well. That horse sat nicely. She's So Elite comes back fresh for leading conditioner Randy Klopp from last season, along with Fernando de la Cruz. The winning connections keep their winning ways from off the pace on a ground-saving trip as She's So Elite wears down Fakasha late in the lane. Rolling pick threes continue in here, along with superfectas, daily doubles, and trifectas. We're going to debut a new $5 late daily double in races 7 and 8. It kicks off in race number 7, 15% takeout, $5 minimum. I'm excited for that daily double. We'll see how those pools play out later on in the card, but there's still plenty of action. In fact, that $5 minimum double is going to be with 2 overnight stakes as well, so don't want to miss out on that. But 10 minutes away, we've got a nice race in here, 5 of them going 5.5 furlong stretch number 4. Q's Got Class, a heavily backed favorite in JR Shadow Boy. When I handicapped this race, I frankly thought JR Shadow Boy along with Mr. Sledgehammer were beatable in here. Those are the two that are going to take the lion's share of the money. Everyone else looks like they're going to be a massive overlay, and that's okay by me. I think we could potentially get a little bit of an upset in here. How about Gray Eclipse? Now, Randy Kloppy's won with everybody. Everybody puts up, certainly has an opportunity to get their picture taken when it's all said and done, but no more than Joe Ramos. He's winning at 24%, 141 times the A-team teamed up, and they did so here October 15th of last season. It took this 3-year-old good-looking Gray some time to get to the races, but once he did, he certainly didn't take time to get right to the winner's circle. He was out broke. He ultimately landed in a very good spot. He moved up to challenge 3 wide, opened up, kept to task. It was a very professional win, and it was for an ownership group that usually doesn't win first out. They were 0 for 2 previously with horses first out. Now comes back at 3 years old, looks plenty fit. I like that Randy Klopp already has a win under his belt. Joe Ramos keeps the mount in here in a very similar work pattern to She's So Elite. She's So Elite had 2 workouts. They likely worked together, both on March 19th and March 27th. The 5 furlong workouts, if it's any indication in race number 2, it wasn't because there was stamina or endurance questions. It was mostly to ensure that it was there. And it was there with She's So Elite. She didn't necessarily have a ton of turn of foot or kick, but she wore down the leader. That could be the case again in here with Grey Eclipse, who sat professionally on debut, didn't need the lead, debuted late in the season at the maiden claiming ranks, but now comes back with connections that win, with Lasix for the first time, doesn't necessarily need the lead, and I don't think it'll be long before Ramos is getting his picture taken in here. 5-1, a great price on a horse who's undefeated so far. We'll see if Grey Eclipse can keep the winning ways alive. But down on the inside, Unbridled Intent for Bob Gorham and Luis Contreras, and here a 3-year-old chestnut by Unbridled Express. Another gets Lasix for the first time, and that's going to play a factor, I think, in many of these races, how these 2-year-olds respond to the Lasix for the first time. Some may have needed it, others maybe not so much, but this is a horse who, Unbridled Intent, got the maiden breaking score at the maiden special weight level early in the summer, midsummer, I'd say, right around August, where they showed good speed. They kind of took back off of dueling leaders and then moved up to take the lead and came home straight and strong that day when the dueling leaders did back up. After that, they ran in a couple of nice stakes races, the Circle City and the Crown Ambassador Stakes, with 6 figures on the line, and it went about as you would expect. Huge jump in class right from maiden special weight into stakes company. Went off at $1 million to 1 in both starts, and then they were laid up. Has been training consistently over the winter here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I think Unbridled Intent certainly has some upside. Showed the ability to stalk and pounce in the maiden breaking score. We'll see if they can do so again in here for Luis Contreras and Bob Gorham. 5.5 furlongs the distance. Unbridled Intent should sit in a great spot down on the inside. But a horse who could take advantage of the pace in here, if they want to, is Mr. Sledgehammer. Tiana Richardville, Fernando de la Cruz. I think de la Cruz is going to win a lot of races, not only early on, but throughout this entire meet as he did last year. Mr. Sledgehammer is as consistent as they come. 5 for 6 in the top 3. Already banked $66,000 at 2 years old and looking to come back right where they left off last season. 3 consecutive stakes races, with 2 of those being placed. Ran second in the Crown Ambassador, and then on closing day ran third behind Mr. T. And Mr. T was in unbelievable form. I think the expectations are very high for Mr. Sledgehammer, a horse who showed the ability to run well at the sprint distance, but really flourished and, in fact, got the win around 2 turns. Is this a setup for Mr. Sledgehammer to stretch out, maybe get a race under the belt, get Lasix for the first time, and then stretch out and have more success? That could be the case in here, but right now, the bettors are making this a 2-horse race between the 3 and the 6. I think it's a lot more wide open than that. I'm keying in on the 1, 2, and 5 in my plays. Respect JR Shadow Boy along with Mr. Sledgehammer. I just think their better days are ahead of them than today. Some of the other ones may be overlooked in this spot with how heavily bet JR Shadow Boy, and the 6 is on the outside. 5 minutes away from race number 3, rolling daily doubles and pick 3s as we're fast on opening day at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 3rd race. This race will be run at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 5. Scratch number 4, Q's Got Class. No superfecta wagering. Scratch 4, Q's Got Class. Exacta trifecta, double. The start of another rolling 50-cent pick 3 on the opening day card. 4 minutes to post time. 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the State Bred Sprint. Luis Contreras with Unbridled Intent. First of the 5 to move into line. Joe Ramos with Gray Eclipse. Gray Eclipse has joined Unbridled Intent. Hannah Leahy with JR Shadowboy. Couple to back. Sombeye King. Jose Gutierrez for Gennaro Garcia, who won the season opener. So stand by. At 5.5 furlongs, one more. Mr. Sledgehammer, Fernando de la Cruz riding for a double. Gisoli and She's So Elite. Our first 2 winners on opening day. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sombeye King broke fast, quickly headed by JR Shadowboy and Unbridled Intent, showing speed from the rail as it's JR Shadowboy who leads the field for the run past the half-mile pole for Hannah Leahy, opening up an early 2-length advantage on Unbridled Intent, who chases the pace. Sombeye King is in the red cap running in third, and then Gray Eclipse with the rail, and on the outside, Mr. Sledgehammer. They round the far turn. The quarter was 22.54 seconds. 3 furlongs to go. It's JR Shadowboy who leads, all making their seasonal bow. JR Shadowboy is 3 lengths in front, coming past the quarter pole. From Sombeye King, who's joined by Unbridled Intent. Gray Eclipse tipped to an outside clear path, and Mr. Sledgehammer is last of the quintet as they head for home with Hannah Leahy. It's JR Shadowboy, who's a 7-length leader, taking them into the final furlong from Unbridled Intent, second and running on from Gray Eclipse, who's now up into third. Then Sombeye King, and Mr. Sledgehammer was always outrun. JR Shadowboy wins by 7 Unbridled Intent was second. Gray Eclipse finished back in third. $102.75 after the state bred sprint. 3-1-2 and then a photo for fourth. There was no superfecta featured. 3, JR Shadowboy. 2-5 first. 1 Unbridled Intent at 24-1 on the runner-up. 2 Gray Eclipse at 5-1 third. Stand by for the fourth. Hanalehi for Joe Davis. Jimenez Racing Stable winner. 2-5 on JR Shadowboy. Number 6, Mr. Sledgehammer, was fourth. Unofficial, 3-1-2-6. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 3, JR Shadowboy with Hanalehi. JR Shadowboy is a 3-year-old. Gray Roan Gelding by Unbridled Express out of Mildred by Heartspun. Joe Davis trains for Jimenez Racing Stable LLC of Normando Jimenez. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. JR Shadowboy takes out his 3-year-old seasonal bow. The results of the third race official. The 3-1 $2 exacta paid $29.20. 50-cent trifecta 3-1-2 $31.60. 2-3 double paid $22.20. There was no superfecta featured. First 50-cent pick 3 on opening day paid $27.10. Combining Gizzoli with She's So Elite and the 3 JR Shadowboy. 50-cent pick 3, $27.10. And the Indiana bred sprint, 4 was a non-runner. Favorite first. 5 ran 102.75. 22 minutes away, race 4 of our opening day 9. Great to have you with us here on a sunny day in town. 4th race, Maiden Filly Sprint, all 9 run. No changes in the next. Race 4 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Here are the starts of the 50-cent Late Fire 5. On main track card, fast post on 344. And they're off. Sombeye King broke fast, quickly headed by JR Shadow Boy and Unbridled Intent, showing speed from the rail as it's JR Shadow Boy who leads the field for the run past the half-mile pole for Handicapping, opening up an early 2-length advantage on Unbridled Intent, who chases the pace. Sombeye King is in the red cap running in third, and then Gray Eclipse with the rail, and on the outside, Mr. Sledgehammer. They round the far turn. The quarter was 22.54 seconds, 3 furlongs to go. It's JR Shadow Boy who leads, all making their seasonal bow. JR Shadow Boy is 3 lengths in front, coming past the quarter pole. From Sombeye King, who's joined by Unbridled Intent, Gray Eclipse tipped to an outside clear path, and Mr. Sledgehammer is last of the quintet as they head for home with Hanalei. It's JR Shadow Boy, who's a 7-length leader, taking them into the final furlong from Unbridled Intent, second, and running on from Gray Eclipse, who's now up into third. Then Sombeye King, and Mr. Sledgehammer was always outrun. JR Shadow Boy wins by 7. Unbridled Intent was second. Gray Eclipse finished back in third.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have the man himself, Dan the Man. Did I tell you my dad's name is Dan?
No.
I love Dan's. That's why we get along so well.
Exactly.
So Dan is here from Fat Bald Guy Racing. We're very happy to have him partnering with us this year. He's going to be giving you guys some of his key plays and jumping on, and we're so excited to have you here. So welcome, Dan.
Well, thanks for being me. It's an hour 15 minutes from my front door, so it's easy. All I got to do is hop on 74 and I'm gone.
I said, bro, I need some pictures. I need some info. You want to just come? You want to just come
Right.
opening day? And
you
he
don't
was
want
like,
any pictures
sure.
of me? I'm the fat ball guy.
No.
Wait, who wants pictures of me?
Listen, me and Tammy we will not miss a marketing opportunity, okay? I think everyone in the horse racing industry knows that we don't mess around with that kind of stuff here. So definitely, look, he's already got his fans have already started flocking.
He looks just like me.
Fat Bald Guy Racing. Let's talk about this race here. Dan has 367. I went with kind of a hunch play on the name and Jockey and such like that, but because this is one of those races you can do that, I feel like, Dan. It's a maiden claiming for 12.5.
Yeah.
They've tried. This is kind of an interesting group, whereas there's horses that are dropping down that have been facing much tougher, coming from Kentucky. So I think it's going to be very interesting. I can't knock you at all for Velveteen, who I have in my exacta, but guess first. Let's go through in your order. The three, Micah Meeks, and we just called my work hubby John Duels, and he told us that very talented, Micah.
Yeah, we keep hearing how good she is. We're about to find out because Velveteen should go right to the lead, at least I'm hoping. And I like shippers from Fairgrounds, Gulfstream, places like that when they come to tracks like Horseshoe because they usually have a class edge. So I'm hoping that this one with a 51 buyer number pops the gate, gone, and that's the end of the story with the lightweight, 117 we get. So
yeah, we heard she can also ride camels and ostriches, so if she can do that,
just get out of the gate and
that's right.
Let her roll.
Brian Williamson brings in this 4-year-old filly right now on the tote board at 5-2. The favorite is the 7 actual, but we're gonna go here to the 6. Earl's Lady Burgos is aboard here for Randy Klopp, leading connections in Burgos and Klopp, and they got off to a tear at the start of the year last year, and I anticipate that happening again with this 3-year-old filly by Authentic.
Yeah, I think she'll sit maybe mid-pack and try to make a run home, and you can't go wrong with Klopp. Klopp always comes in here and wins races, and like you said, the connections. So that's why I put that horse second. I thought if you're going to bet an exacta, maybe get some value. Right now we're 3-1 and 8-1, so that exacta should be nice. So I'm looking for the 3 to be gone and the 6 to come running for second.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, to Dan's point, Klopp won 4 on opening day, and another name to mention that has some in later, Michelle won 3, Michelle Elliott 3 in her first 2 days of the meet. So those are the ones that were hot here last year this time. And then we're going to round it out with the 7, who is Dan's trifecta pick, 3-1 right now. What is the co-favorite now with my 5, Pickle Shoes? Actual gets Mitchell Morrill. I love that Mitchell's back here again, second year riding full time, moving his tack. Eddie Keneally bringing this 3-year-old filly in. So just a pretty interesting couple of ones, but with the class drop, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, this horse could win by 5 or run last. I mean, dropping from 50 to 12, you just don't know what you're going to get. Mitch is going to try to pop that gate and go, I'm sure. And Eddie Keneally's a high-class trainer. So, again, why is he here? Why this spot? But the actions, 10-1 to 3.5. I didn't think the horse would be 10-1 anyway. So
what did we just say when we were sitting over there about favorites? Why are our top picks now both the favorites?
Yeah.
Your 3 is 3-1 and my 5 is 3-1.
The fat ball guys are all watching.
You know what?
You can say
fat
one
ball
thing about
guys are all watching, and they love blonde chicks, so it makes sense.
Yep. You'd say a lot about us, but we bet.
That's right. Pickle Shoes is my top selection. We'll talk about, especially since it's moved up to the co-favorite here. But I kind of just went off. I think John will probably attest this. Duels. I made some money with Pickle Feet before. So I'm taking Pickle Shoes. The name jumped off the page, but then I started looking at the filly, and obviously that's not the only reason. Evan Roman is 3 away from 1,000 wins here, and he was really in fuego towards that end of the meet there that got him closer to that milestone. So very much looking forward to seeing what he's going to do. This horse has been predominantly on Polly 3 of 4, and I just think it has learned a little bit. I think it's a progression with horses, that they need to do a few things to learn and then get back to the dirt. And maybe now that this horse has had some even 4th place finishes in bigger fields, one was a full 12 horse field, that she might be back to the dirt and make a little bit of a change there from her first ever start. And she's on her toes. I'm kind of feeling while I watch her move around, but she's got good conformation, and I like the way she looks in the paddock. So in this group, I went 5, 3, 4, and you can see it's kind of an interesting one because we are all over the board with our selections right here.
We're all over the map. I'm hoping my horse is clear and your horse does not run me down.
Okay, there you go. That's the game plan from Dan and Rachel here for the 4th race. This does start the 50-cent late pick 5. B has a ticket on that sequence. We'll put it up here on the screen so you can go through that with him. And then also we're going to be back next because this guy has a late pick 4 that looks really good, and we're going to go over that in detail in the next race.
Aggressive single.
You got an aggressive single? Ooh, I love aggressive singles. I think I'm a jinx for singles. I quite honestly will not pick a single unless I absolutely have to, which horse bettors hate, but I am very superstitious, as most of us are. 4 minutes to the 4th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm on the 5, Pickle Shoes. Dan's got Velveteen. Good luck.
The horses called Postford now for the 4th race here on opening day. Maiden filly sprint here over the 6 furlongs, a field of 9, no program changes, all 9 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Maiden dash starts the 50-cent late fire 5. All main track card here under sunny skies, fast track. 2 minutes to post time, due in 2 minutes time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast track. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alex Ishard with beautiful McKenzie facing up to the starting gate. Evan Roman, Pickle Shoes went in well, joined by beautiful McKenzie. Spirit Moves Me. Fernando de la Cruz won our second on opening day for Randy Klopp. Alberto Burgos, Earl's Lady. The Randy Klopp 2 here in the maiden. Velveteen, Micah Meeks claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. She has 8 career wins. Mitch Merle with Actual taking her spot. Jan Hernandez with Vedra coming up. Samir Bermudez, OG Lemon Drop. First time starter, OG Lemon Drop has moved into the gate. One more. Oscar Villarreal and 4-time started Longtail Sally. All 9 run. Starts at the late fire 5 on an opening day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast track, they're in the gate. And they're off. Actual broke fast, as did Longtail Sally. Earl's Lady with an early bid, and toward the inside, Vedra right there now with an early push to vie for the lead. It's Vedra. Vedra and Earl's Lady head-to-head out in front. Actual will track them from third. To the inside is Velveteen in the maroon cap, vying for fourth with wide Longtail Sally as they dash past the half-mile pole. Spirit Moves Me is joined on the outside by Pickle Shoes, who's next at the 3.5. Then comes OG Lemon Drop making her bow, and beautiful McKenzie trails the maiden filly Sprint. They round the far turn just inside 3 furlongs to go. The quarter was 22.87 seconds. Battle out in front between Vedra and Earl's Lady on the outside. They take this confrontation past the quarter pole with Longtail Sally running in third. Nearest the inside is Actual. In between horses, Spirit Moves Me and Pickle Shoes looks to pick up on the front outside. Half mile 47.07 seconds. There's 1 furlong to go. Here comes Pickle Shoes, who's charging to the lead for Evan Roman. Swept ahead and pulls clear past the 16th. Pickle Shoes. Pickle Shoes leads home Velveteen, who's getting into second. Pickle Shoes by 2. Velveteen was second, Earl's Lady third, and Vedra finished fourth. 112.40 after the maiden filly sprint. 112.40, 5-3, and then a photo for third. First, number 5, Pickle Shoes at 8-5 first. Number 3, Velveteen, 8-5. Co-favorite was the runner-up in the maiden. Stand by for the third and the fourth from the judges. Evan Roman, his 998th career victory. Comes here on opening day at Horseshoe Indianapolis for Rogelio Labra. Pickle Shoes, a bridesmaid no more. The judges have posted number 6, Earl's Lady, third at 14-1 odds, and number 4, Vedra at 10-1 fourth. 5-3, 6-4. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Pickle Shoes. Evan Roman with his 998th career win. Pickle Shoes, 4-year-old Dark Bay or Brown filly by Vacoma. Out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare. Akron Gold. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Robert S. Evans, owned and trained by Rogelio Labra. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Pickle Shoes, off the mark in her 5th career start. Fourth race official. The 5-3 exacta paid $13.40. 50-cent trifecta 5-3-6, $26.05. 3-5 double, $11.60. Vedra fourth. The 10-cent superfecta 5-3-6-4 paid $26.07. This 50-cent pick 3 linking up races 2, 3, and 4. Capped off by Pickle Shoes. Paid an even $23. In the maiden filly sprint, Pickle Shoes was the joint favorite with Velveteen. All 9 ran 112.40. Race 5 is next here on opening day of 9 carded. Welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis for 2026. Race 5 in the maiden 3-year-old fillies dash all 11 run. No changes in our 5th of the day. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Fast track, 4:17 will be the post time. And they're off. Actual broke fast, as did Longtail Sally. Earl's Lady with an early bid, and toward the inside, Vedra right there now with an early push. To vie for the lead, it's Vedra. Vedra and Earl's Lady head-to-head out in front. Actual will track them from third. To the inside is Velveteen in the maroon cap, vying for fourth with wide Longtail Sally as they dash past the half-mile pole. Spirit Moves Me is joined on the outside by Pickle Shoes, who's next at the 3.5. Then comes OG Lemon Drop making her bow, and Beautiful Mackenzie trails the maiden filly Sprint. They round the far turn just inside 3 furlongs to go. The quarter was 22.87 seconds. Battle out in front between Vedra and Earl's Lady on the outside. They take this confrontation past the quarter pole with Longtail Sally running in third. Nearest the inside is Actual. In between horses, Spirit Moves Me and Pickle Shoes looks to pick up on the front outside. Half mile 47.07 seconds. There's 1 furlong to go. Here comes Pickle Shoes, who's charging to the lead for Evan Roman. Swept ahead and pulls clear past the 16th. Pickle Shoes. Pickle Shoes leads home Velveteen, who's getting into second. Pickle Shoes by 2. Velveteen was second, Earl's Lady third, and Vedra finished fourth.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
There's a Derby celebration Saturday, May 2nd at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Catch all the action featuring live racing at 10:45 a.m. Plus, register to win a $3,000 Derby mega bet. Participate in the $1,000 Derby hat contest. Grab a red rose from the flower cart and enter to win an X-Mark push mower. Call ahead for clubhouse reservations. It's a Derby Day celebration Saturday, May 2nd at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
Probably going to take
12 minutes to race. You're probably right. 12 minutes race 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we're going to start the Itoba late pick 4, and we got the fat ball guy racing here, FBG. I like it. Dan's here. Man, my pickle shoes. Woo!
You got me.
I got him. I can't believe I got Dan. I thought I was going to get mopped up, and I will probably. Like, I notoriously overthink any handicaps we have or stakes. I notoriously overthink them. So I always tell people, I'm like, on stakes days, watch every pick, but not the actual, because it's like my luck, you know, or whatever. But yeah, what a great race the last one was, and we're gonna go over Dan's ticket. He's got a little bit of for everybody. He's got a ticket that we can play, and then he'll slim it down and give you some suggestions if you want a different budget. So we're gonna start here in this 3-year-old main special weight, and you got 4 in here. We're just gonna go over both of our top 3s, and then we'll talk about the ticket quickly. But appeasing, thought was really interesting. Steve Bick had even noted that this is a half to the Kid Pataki, who's running later in one of our handicaps. So tell us what you like about this 3-year-old filly, other than that, you know, she looks like she's got some nice breeding there too.
Yeah, people that follow me, you know my favorite thing in horse racing is to bet on one-start horses. Horses that had that one start. I don't want somebody that ran a 75, 80 buyer number. I just want somebody that just showed a little speed, might have faded, just like this one, a length and a half in front all the way around and got tired. And then off for a lot of months, 7, 8 months. So something happened, right? Now we come back, we get Lasix, we got a good trainer, Sammy Bermudez can get this one out of the gate, If she makes the lead, she's going to be dangerous. I liked her a lot better at 6-1 than 6-5, but unfortunately, that's what happens sometimes.
Dan makes favorites.
It happens. It just is what it is. But I think this horse is going to go right to the lead, and then again, how far can we go?
Yeah, and then the fifth horse, Party in the Club, does look like the one to beat to me. I put this one on top, the 5. Party in the Club, really a couple of really nice races there at the end. A 4th place finish after an awkward start in a stakes race, showed some promise, and then catches slop and runs second. I mean, she showed that I think that she's going to be talented, and boy, does she fit the bill physically. She looks really, really good in the paddock.
Yeah, she'll probably, when it's all said and done, be 3-5, I would think. I just, whenever I'm betting a pick 4 or pick 5, especially a dollar one, you want to have a single that's not 3-5 if you can. So I'm not going to not use her. I know some people will get mad about that. Oh, you're using 4 horses, you shouldn't use a 3-5. But I do want to get it started.
Yeah,
if you're a small player,
win it if you don't stay in it.
So, if, my $100 ticket, you can cut to $50 by just using the 5-6. Instead of using 1, 5, 6, and 11. But I wanted to at least have a couple other horses that are prices, and the 1's 11-1 and the 11's 18-1, because if you're going to try to hit a big one, you got to take prices.
Yep,
you can't just take the 3 favorites.
No,
so
you got to make sense of prices in here.
I added a few. The 1 on the rail, maybe she can get out. Sanjor can send out of there, and on this track, even though the last race was a closer, you got me. I want speed horses on this track, so 1, 5, and 6 for sure. And then the 11, I knew this horse would be 20-1. But on the outside, I love speed horses on the outside. Only a 1-start horse again. Gets Lasix for the first time. A really good trainer in Tim Eggleston. What if this horse pops 2 in front? So
yeah, some people stay away from the outside horses in races where there's not a whole lot of racing experience. Your 1's on her toes, though. I like to see that a lot. But yeah, the 11 definitely. I think one is that you need to include really in here Andrea aboard for Tim, like you said. She's a 3-year-old filly who did show some promise out of the gate early in the race, and just kind of again what you like. Might not have showed up there at the end, but these are all horses. Also, just to touch on it, they're all adding Lasix for the first time. It's insane. So
you don't know what's going to happen at the head of the lane. They got that Lasix. They may keep going.
That's right. So he's got 1, 5, 6, and 11 in here. Let's go down to the 6th race while you guys look at the rest of the field in here. My top selections, though, 5, 6, 10 in this race. Right now we're showing the 9, but I do like, as a little bit of a long shot, I threw in Tiana here. Hannah Leahy winning a race today. She's looking for a riding double here, and I think she's got a good shot at a triple with hot middles later. Tiana, like I said on Steve Bick today, another one of my Indiana trainers, along with Klopp, who since we've started training in the winter, definitely has been a lot warmer, and her horses are a lot more fit coming here into the start of the meet. So just some handicapping angles for if any of Dan's people are watching for the first time today since he's here. So in this one, we went 3, 4, 5, 10, and 11. Tell us your picks here in this 6th race. This is another 3-year-old maiden.
Yeah, I thought this race was absolutely wide open. So I went with a 6-1 on top, or 8-1. I'm sorry, my eyes. 8-1 on top for Dallas Stewart, shipping in from the fairgrounds. We like those shippers from the fairgrounds. Just ran second.
I got this one in my try. I'm with you, man.
Yeah. So this is a drop in class for her. Dallas is a very, very good trainer. I'm telling you, I've known Dallas for 25 years. He can train horses. So don't ever knock Dallas Stewart in front of me.
I love Dallas. Nancy actually introduced him to me, and I'm telling you, he's got to be one of my favorite people. He likes wine. I like wine. He's a great guy.
Yes. So then the 4 is a 1-start horse. With Summer Polly, as we like to call her at Belterra, the Barrel Girl.
The Barrel Girl. Yeah, I love it.
I love nicknames for riders.
Like Summer,
I got all these nicknames for riders. So, but I mean, she's really good at getting horses out of the gate. She did it at Turfway a bunch of times. So it wouldn't surprise me if this 5-1 shot doesn't pop the gate and go right towards the lead. And then Presumptuous is one that we thought, the 3-horse for Brendan Walsh, we thought first time out this horse was actually good. Like real good. I bet on her first time out at Keeneland at 16-1, and she's just not what they thought. So finally, let's get realistic.
And she put in a bullet work coming in today, and I think getting back to dirt might change it too. I love that one. I also love that you've got the 11 in here, so like silk, because I put that one for my exacta. Bill Walden making a Brad Cox here. He's pulling a Brad Cox. I said he's bringing this $925,000 filly here to run in the Indiana Maidens. I love it.
I couldn't let that one win and not have them. And do you know what I call
You
this?
won't be caught either, will you?
Do you know what I call Concepcion?
What?
You got to think a little bit.
Axel Concepcion.
The nickname?
What?
Shortstop.
Shortstop.
Shortstop, Davy Concepcion.
Oh,
for the
shoot.
Big Red Machine was the
Oh
shortstop.
my gosh, how did I miss that? What right over my head?
So
Yep.
whenever I'm, at a racetrack and he's riding and we're screaming
call
for
him
the
that.
shortstop, you'll know what we're screaming about now. But yeah, we've called him the shortstop from day one. And,
They're about to leg up, but I want you to tell them about your extremely aggressive single, Fat Chance, who I love in the MC Roberts.
Yeah, Fat Chance at 8-1. Fat Chance, he'll be 8-1. But we got a good outside post. We've got a filly that loves to win. 3 for 4 at the distance, 3 for 7 at Indiana. She's beat this kind of quality competition before, and she's got a good stalking style where she's going to probably be sitting second, third, or fourth on that outside with Morrell, and she's ready to go. She's got a big, big chance. I know the 1 and the 3 are probably the horses most people are going to take. But for $1 pick 4, you've got to have a single.
Yep,
you have to.
You do. And then also, I do want to mention real quick, and then we'll wrap it up, John G. Dooley waiting to start off this race. But just like Dan said, you could drop off a couple in the beginning, or if you don't feel comfortable with that, here in this last leg, if you just do 3 and 6, you don't pay $100. You're more of a $40 ticket budget player. Knock off those horses and just put the 3 and the 6 in this last leg, race 8, the Brian Elmore, and then you've got a $40 ticket. The horses are heading out to track. His plays are right there. We've got FBG in the house. Dan Cronin's ticket, $100 play on the late Itoba pick 4. Good luck.
Maiden 3-year-old fillies coming onto the track now for the 5th race. So the 5th of 9 here on opening day 2026. Fast track. No program changes. This race will be run at 5.5 furlongs. Fast track, 11 start. 6 appeasing, a change of colors from what's listed in the program for appeasing. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the Itoba, $1 late pick 4. Fast track, 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden Filly Sprint starts the Itoba Late Pick 4. Fast track under a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Santo Sanjor with Miss Candy Pop. Taking her position. Sammy Bermudez with Appeasing to join Miss Candy Pop. The first two of the 11 have moved in. Fernando de la Cruz, Consequences coming up. Micah Meeks with Charitable Home. Timeless Justice. Marcelino Pedroso Jr. won the first of the season. Charitable Home has gone all in. Ronald Hisby with Misty Way drew 9. Alberto Burgos, Just Like Mamie. Now Crazy, Sexy Cool. Hannah Leahy has a win on the card. Here's Crazy, Sexy Cool. Ronnie Prescott with Suchi Song drew 4. Just a couple of them back. Party in the Club. Evan Roman riding for an opening day double. Now 998 career wins for Evan Roman. Party in the Club. Appeasing right now, even money favorite, so stand by. At 5.5 furlongs, one more. André Zaloa with the second time starter, St. Patrick coming up. 22-1 on St. Patrick.
We're good.
Appeasing 4-5 favorite. All in mind. Oh, St. Patra still out, working with St. Patra. Out to 27-1 on St. Patra. 4-5 Appeasing. All set now. They're off and sprinting, and Party in the Club was slow to go, drops back to last. A fast start for Consequences with Just Like Mimi, and Appeasing is right with them. Nearest the inside is Miss Candy Pop, also with early interest. They're well grouped as they go past the half-mile pole, where Appeasing is just ahead of Just Like Mimi with the black cap. Consequences vying for third with Miss Candy Pop at the 3.5, with St. Patra running a wide 5th. Party in the Club broke last. She's in 6th, now with 3 furlongs to go. Then it's a break of 5 more. 2 on the outside. Misty Way, Suchi Song with the rail. Charitable Home is next as they come to the quarter pole. The trailers are Timeless Justice and Crazy Sexy Cool. The quarter 22.54 seconds. These maiden 3-year-old fillies straighten away. It's Appeasing. Appeasing leads for home with a 3-length advantage on in between horses Just Like Mamie, Party in the Club. Her bid is with the rail. Appeasing is 1 furlong away. On the outside, Consequences is running in 4th. Miss Candy Pop is 5th. They come past the 16th, and here's Party in the Club with Evan Roman. Just Like Mamie on the outside for Alberto Burgos. Photo finish between them. Just Like Mamie and Party in the Club. Close call. Appeasing third. Consequences finish fourth. Photo finish. 106.56 after the maiden filly sprint. Win photograph. Hold all tickets. Three, 5, 6, 7. Result of the win photograph. First number 3, Just Like Mamie, at 22-1 odds. Number 5, Party in the Club, 5-2 on the runner-up. 6, Appeasing, at 3-5 third, and 7, Consequences at 9-2 fourth. 3, 5, 6, 7. Returning to the winner's circle at 22-1, the 3, Just Like Mamie with Alberto Burgos. Just Like Mamie is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Holiday Promise. And a Little Mamie by Unbridled Express. Kenneth G. Miller trains. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by owner Robert A. Ray. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates in the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle the connections of Just Like Mamie. The result of the 5th race is official. 3, 5, 6, 7 confirmed by the judges. Just Like Mamie at 22-1. Upsets Party in the Club. Appeasing at 3-5 third. Consequences fourth. Official after race 5. The $2.35 exacta paid $168.20. 50-cent trifecta, Appeasing third. 356, $128.05. 5-3 double paid $149.40. Consequences fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 3567 paid $78.46. 50-cent pick 3, $104.05. Results in on the $1 early pick 4. 404 returned $1,615.40. The 50-cent early pick 5, 5 of 5, returned $3,109. And the maiden 3-year-old fillies sprint, favorite third, all 11 ran, 106.56 seconds. 20 minutes on to race 6 of 9 on opening day 2026. Wednesday's card from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Back tomorrow at 2:10. Kickoff. 6th race. Scratch the also eligibles. 13 Contra Costa. 14 Nightmare Fuel. And 15 Juanita Mi Chiquita from the maiden filly sprint. Scratch the AEs. 13, 14, and the number 15. Race 6 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There's the first 10-cent Grand High 5 pentafecta featured of the meet. Double pick 3. Post time 4:48. They're off and sprinting. And Party in the Club was slow to go, drops back to last. A fast start for Consequences with Just Like Mimi, and Appeasing is right with them. Nearest the inside is Miss Candy Pop, also with early interest. They're well grouped as they go past the half-mile pole, where Appeasing is just ahead of Just Like Mimi with the black cap. Consequences vying for third with Miss Candy Pop at the 3.5, with Sompatra running a wide fifth. Party in the Club broke last. She's in sixth, now with 3 furlongs to go. Then it's a break of 5 more. 2 on the outside. Misty Way, Suchi Song with the rail. Charitable Home is next as they come to the quarter pole. The trailers are Timeless Justice and Crazy Sexy Cool. The quarter 22.54 seconds. These maiden 3-year-old fillies straighten away. It's Appeasing. Appeasing leads for home with a 3-length advantage on in between horses Just Like Mimi, Party in the Club. Her bid is with the rail. Appeasing is 1 furlong away. On the outside, Consequences is running in 4th. Miss Candy Pop is 5th. They come past the 16th, and here's Party in the Club with Evan Roman, Just Like Mimi on the outside for Alberto Burgos. Photo finish between them. Just Like Mimi and Party in the Club, close call. Appeasing third, Consequences finish fourth.
It's upset time here in Horseshoe Indianapolis. Almost each and every day, you know it's coming. It's just hard to predict when it does, as it was a tough settle for second with Party in the Club, 5-2, had a terrible trip. But just like Mimi, 22-1 certainly spices up that late Fire 5 and that late Pick 4, which did begin in race number 5. If you're like me, your tickets are now defunct rather quickly. Looking forward to the rolling Pick 3s. We've got that $5 double kicking off today, 15% takeout, $5 minimum. That'll begin in those overnight stakes races in races 7 and 8. But 10 minutes away from race number 6 in here, we've got a full field of maidens, all looking for their first career victory. 3-year-old fillies, many of them trying racing for the first time. Some of the others with experience, looking for that elusive first victory. Do scratch your 3 outside runners. 13, 14, and 15 are out. Your current favorite is close to the outside. So Like Silk, a first-time starter for Bill Walden. But I'm going to go a different direction entirely in here. I like horses with experience, usually over what could be with those first-time starters. How about Bourbon and Spice? Something I always enjoy personally, maybe after opening day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but especially at a price like 7-1. Ed Moger owns, trains, and bred this 3-year-old filly by Anthony's Cross, a sire that I was previously not familiar with, but does turn out about 5% first-time starters. Anthony's Cross banked $230,000 in his career, and he stands at stud in California, but is out of Spice Latte, a horse who primarily was on the synthetic and the turf. Did very well on both of those surfaces, but has been really productive as a broodmare. In fact, she's producing 24% winners and 18% first out, maybe most notably being Grazing in the Sun for Thomas Bell over at Santa Anita, a horse who's had success on both surfaces. We'll see if Spice Latte can improve off of that Turfway debut where they showed speed, got nailed at the wire, went off at 17-1, and it was really a tough race. If you were watching that race at the 8th pole, you thought you were bringing home a 17-1 winner. Wasn't even able to hang on for second, third, or fourth, finishing entirely off the board. Will need to find a finish today, but cuts back from 6.5 to 6 in here. Second start, Summer Pauly going to be aboard as she was on at debut. I think there's a lot to like with Bourbon and Spice. Another horse that deserves a look is RBG. Joe Ramos and Bill Morey in here. This 3-year-old filly by Constitution is bred to win early, and early is what the connections are hoping. Debuted at Churchill Downs at 2 years old, went off at 8-1. Took a sneaky amount of money. I know 8-1 doesn't seem like a favorite by any means, but when you're debuting for Bill Morey in a 12-horse field at Churchill Downs in a $122,000 maiden special weight, that's taken some love. My venture to guess would be this horse was probably in the top four horses or so when it was all said and done. Didn't break all that alertly, kind of had a steady in between at the start, and then just really ran on evenly thereafter, but had a ton of trouble, took some money, now gets Lasix, comes back at 3 years old. Joe Ramos, a high percentage rider who's going to team up in here with Bill Morey, who frankly hasn't sent all that many to Horseshoe Indianapolis. I think there's upside going turf to dirt. Love that 5 furlong workout here on April 2nd as well. RBG, who is 15-1 morning line, currently on the board at 5-1 with upside despite taking some love. A long shot in here could be Alexis Hope. Thomas Medina, he hasn't sent that many to the starting gate so far this season. He's only got 5 starters on the year. But this is a guy who made his name known loud and clear, at least to myself, at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He was nearly dominant, and he won with horses odds on. He won with horses that were long priced. Burgos just brought home a long shot winner in our prior race at 23-1. He could do so again in here with Alexis Hope. Got the debut at Turfway Park. I didn't make much of it. Had a troublesome beginning. It was more of a learning experience. And the mare's produced 4 winners. Mr. Papagrigio, one that many people know because this horse ran all the time at New York. Just didn't win very much, and when they did, they usually won at a decent price, banked $160,000, 3 for 15 as well. Mr. Papagrigio just was a photo finish away from winning on March 15th, so within the last month over at Aqueduct as well for the Dub Silks in there. So Alexis Hope has some upside, some breeding to suggest that this one could be a runner. I do know Thomas Medina is going to be overlooked early on in this season, but if he picks up and he and his team pick up right where they left off, they're going to win a lot of races at prices all over the board, and I think this one could be an upsetter in here. Alexis Hope, 35-1 for a team who was just shy of 35% last year, but OXO Equine, They love to bet, and they love to buy highly sought-after horses at the sales ring. $925,000 Keeneland sales grad, currently favored right now. Exo Concepcion, or as Fat Bald Guy calls him, Shortstop, going to be in the saddle for this one. Bill Walden, he won here at Horseshoe Indy plenty. The only thing I wasn't sure about, this horse had been training consistently at 2, had a little bit of a a little bit of a layoff. 23 works to the debut, is out of a grade 1 winning mare who banked almost $500,000, but this is the first foal. I was able to watch plenty of the works thanks to KentuckyBred.org, as well as XBTV, where you can see those Palmetto workouts. Make what you want of it. This horse has been training consistently over at Keeneland, then shipped down to the Florida circuit, working out at Palmetto's at Florida, now debuts at Indy as almost $1 million purchase. The money's signed on. We'll see if the results will follow. So like silk. We'll see if it's a bumpy ride or if it's smooth as silk. 5 minutes away from race number 6. See if the long shots continue or the favorites go back to reign supreme in race number 6 right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Maiden 3-year-old fillies called posted now for the 6th race. This race will be run at 6 furlongs, fast track, a field of 12. Scratch the also eligibles. 13 Contra Costa, 14 Nightmare Fuel, and the 15 Juanita Mi Chaquita. Scratch the AEs. They are numbers 13, 14, and 15. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Here are the 10-cent Grand High 5. First Pentafecta featured to the meet. Double pick 3. Close to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Evan Roman with More Poetic Words. Martine Garcia, Ronila, has taken her position in the starting gate. Jose Gutierrez with Candy Mirage. Joe Ramos, RBG coming up. RBG loaded. Now Declan Cannon with Presumptuous. Loads 4-1. Alexis Hope would be a double for Alberto Burgos on the card. Santiana. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. won the first of the meet for Gennaro Garcia. Summer Pauly with Bourbon and Spice drew 4. Jaime Torres, here's My Glenda Fay. Axel Concepcion, coming up, So Like Silk. Couple of back, Ronald Hisby with Moonlight Girl. Here are all 12 run. One more, Anabasquitza, Somnambulist. 3 times started on the all-weather at Turfway Park. So stand by. Here's Somnambulist. Those are 10-1 odds. They're in the game. And they're off. More Poetic Words was really slow to go. Somnambulist fast away with Ronilo showing good speed. And here's Candy Mirage in the black cap with an early push. Bourbon and Spice also part of a mad dash early on. And also right there is Presumptuous in the royal blue. So Presumptuous makes a split, joins Bourbon and Spice with Somnambulist and Candy Mirage in an early battle as they scramble past the half-mile pole with Santiano right there close 5th. So Like Silk making gains on the outside from 6th. Candy Mirage showed speed but has dropped back now to 7th position after breaking sharp. Rolino's running in 8th. Then toward the inside is More Poetic Words with her bid. My Glenda Fay is wide along with toward the inside, Alexis Hope, and then comes RBG, who's running in 11th, and Moonlight Girl trails the maiden 3-year-old fillies dozen, 22.22 for the lead part, and they come for home with Adam Baskitza. It's Somnambulist, who leads here by 3 with 1 furlong to go, charging his So Like Silk, with to the inside Bourbon and Spice, and in between fillies, Santiana's in tight quarters. They come past the 16th. It is still Somnambulist. So Like Silk on the outside for Axel Concepcion. So Like Silk got her. So Like Silk by 3/4 length to Somnambulist. Bourbon and Spice was 3rd, then Santiana and More Poetic Words next. $111.80. After the maiden 3-year-old fillies dash, $111.80. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. 3-1 on So Like Silk. Will debut on top. Stand by for the run order. Posted now, 11-12, 4-10. The 1 gets into the Pentafecta. 11 So Like Silk first, 12 Somnambulist, 13-1 second. Good effort. 9-1 on 4, Bourbon and Spice third. At 12-1, the 10 Santiana was 4th. 58-1, More Poetic Words getting into the Pentafecta. Axel Concepcion with an opening day win here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for Will Walden. The OXO equine newcomer by Tappet She's So Like Silk. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle is number 11, So Like Silk with Axel Concepcion. It's official. So Like Silk is a 3-year-old Chestnut filly by Tappet. The hard spun mare, Hard Not to Love. Will Walden trains for Larry Best's OXO Equine LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of So Like Silk. She was a $925,000 Keeneland September yielding by. Results official after the maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. The Pentafecta will carry over to the first of our premier races on opening day. That'll be a Grand High 5 carryover on the card. 11-12 exacta, 118.20, 50-cent trifecta. 11-12-4 returned $446.20. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by the newcomer So Like Silk. 5-3-11, $235.10. 311 double, 234.80. Santiana was 4th. More Poetic Words 5th. 10-cent superfecta, 11-12-410, returned $455.69. And the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta rolls over to the Merrill C. Roberts overnight handicap for that Pentafecta carryover. From race 7 ahead, scratch number 13, the also eligible Total Luna Eclipse. Scratch the AE, the 13, Total Luna Eclipse. Pentafecta carryover of $2,235. 12 run, exacta trifecta superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta featured with a carryover, $2,230. The start of our final 50-cent rolling pick 3. First leg of the $5 last call late daily double. Low 15% takeout on a new wager for 2026. The $5 last call late double on the handicaps post time for the Merrill C. Roberts 520. And they're off. More Poetic Words was really slow to go. Somnambulist fast away with Ronilo showing good speed. And here's Candy Mirage in the black cap with an early push. Bourbon and Spice also part of a mad dash early on. And also right there is Presumptuous in the royal blue. So Presumptuous makes a split, joins Bourbon and Spiced with Somnambulist and Candy Mirage in an early battle as they scramble past the half-mile pole, with Santiano right there close fifth. So Like Silk making gains on the outside from sixth. Candy Mirage showed speed but has dropped back now to seventh position after breaking Sharper and Levos running in eighth. Then toward the inside is More Poetic Words with her bid. My Glenda Fay is wide along with toward the inside Alexis Hope, and then comes RBG, who's running in 11th, and Moonlight Girl trails the maiden 3-year-old fillies dozen, 22.22 for the lead part, and they come for home with Adam Beschizza. It's Somnambulist, who leads here by 3 with 1 furlong to go, charging his So Like Silk, with to the inside Bourbon and Spice, and in between fillies, Santiana's in tight quarters. They come past the 16th. It is still Somnambulist. So Like Silk on the outside for Axel Concepcion. So Like Silk got her. So Like Silk by 3/4 length to Somnambulist. Bourbon and Spice was third, then Santiana and More.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for our Dan and Rachel special. We're 10 minutes to the 7th race, and we're opening up with the favorite in here at 5-2, which is a shocker, Dan's top selection. As him and I have been teasing each other all day about how we can never pick long shots because the second we put our numbers up, it goes down. The MC Roberts is a really nice overnight handicap, and just want to give a shout out to MC, one of our very long time horsemen here in the state, retired from training here a couple years ago. So let's just kick things off here. This is a full field. The 13 AE is out, and on top in here is Fat Chance, Dan's selection, with Mitchell Merle aboard for Tim Eggleston. And coming out of an allowance on the slop last year, kind of ended that on a bad note. But if you look back the 3 before that, I mean, this horse was really in form. A very, very tough filly. So tell us what you like about Fat Chance.
Well, if you've noticed the way the track's playing, the outside sprinters have done very well today, and that's a normal thing at most tracks. You know, the outside tactical horses do well, just like the last race with the 11 for Walden. I think this one's going to be in a very similar position, sitting perched out 3 or 4 wide, won't make the lead, probably sit about 4th, a length or so out of it. And I think Mitch Morrell will push the button on the turn, try to swoop them, as I like to say, as they turn for home, and slingshot into the lead, and hopefully she's ready to roll and has enough. I mean, I loved her at 8-1. 5-2 is more what I expected.
Better than 2
I
to
was
1.
hoping
we had just a second
I was
ago.
hoping we had that pick 4 alive. We went 4 deep and couldn't
Yeah.
get to that 22-1. But the 5 was the best horse in that race. Got dead left in the gate, and as the 6 was staggering, the 5 probably would have won with a better
Yeah.
trip. So doesn't pay us. But
No, it doesn't help us right now, but
But
we'll
we got
figure
the
it out.
late double. We got the late double coming.
The 1 is who Dan's going to go with next, and me too. I have 3-1. He has 12-1 for his exacta. Don't miss out. Marcelino Pedroza, the jockey, is looking for a double on the card after winning the very first race of the 2026 meeting. Gennaro Garcia is who he won for and who he is riding for in this race. Gennaro now 2 away from 1,000 victories, and definitely ready for that one. We also have Southwest Racing Stable, who I just introduced Dan to, Bruce Murphy, who he co-owns with Gennaro, and his lovely wife, Lori.
Yeah, I think this horse got a big chance. Just got to overcome the rail in a big field. I'm not a rail guy in big fields. Smaller fields doesn't bother me as much, but just got to get out, got to get in position, and hope not to get trapped. But if you come out a step slow, you're in deep trouble. But this is if you don't like my single of the 12, I think the 1, Don't Miss Out, is very logical, and so is the 3.
This horse has been on the inside in plenty of its races, but never in the 1 hole as far as what the post positions are looking like here. Or I'm sorry, the PPs are looking like. The 9 Hot Middles is one that I'm going to consider. But let's talk about my top pick here, the 3, the Kid Pataki, first before we talk about Hot Middles. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you there, but this is my top pick. You have it in your try. I say we look at it. This is the Kid Pataki. She's just hard knocking mare, and she's here looking like the one to catch with her early speed, going down to 5.5 as well. This horse has had good races at these kind of levels back in the fall and even at the beginning of the year. So tell us what you like about this one. Burgos also, he looking for a double too.
Yeah, and this horse should be in front, at least on paper. I don't know if she can clear. That's what scares me, because I think the 12 is going to be right there waiting on her. But if she can clear, speed's dangerous. We keep saying that, and they keep getting nailed in the last 50 yards.
Yeah.
but normally
it
they
doesn't
keep going.
change the fact that he's right.
Right, exactly. They just start to stagger. As I like to say, they're looking for a place to lay down. They have too much weight on them with all the fat ball guys riding. But I think the kid's got a big chance here.
I think so too.
Should be a length or so clear, I think, with the 12 on the heels. And the wild card is, where can Pedroza break close enough on the 1 to bother the 3, or does the 3 get loose? I'm hoping the 1 and 3 break together. I know you're not.
I'm not.
And I'm hoping I'm perched 3 wide.
I hope
just sitting
she's
there
so
waiting.
far clear out there that there's no one around her is what I'm hoping for. Let's mention real quick the 9. Hot Middles. Middles is a really, really talented filly trained by Tiana Richardville. Hannah Leahy also looking for a double here in this race. Hannah ridden this one explicitly, and they just love each other. It's kind of cute. They're a little girl crush. I've been back in the barns with them, and this horse literally. Tiana is a treat loving on her horse kind of girl, so they all notice when Tiana walks in, but when Hannah's there, Tiana doesn't exist. So I love that kind of relationship for them.
Nice.
And I think she was tired. I think she needed, there she goes. Yeah, prove me right, baby. Tired. I think she needed a little bit of, see, I told you, they're like best friends. She really doesn't let very many people do that or get close either. She's kind of a high-strung filly, but she needed the winner off. I think she's going to come back and make a good showing of herself.
Well, she's 2 for 4 at the distance. That helps, and you got a good outside post. The 9 hole's a very good post position for this kind of race, so should get a clean trip. Just a matter of if good enough. But the price is right for sure. 15 to 1 to put into your trifectas or exactas or
supers or whatever.
Yeah. And the $5 late double, don't forget about that.
That is such a good segue because I was about to mention that. Good job. Look, Danny's like, I'm new to the. No, you're not. You're a professional. $5 late daily double starts on this race. I've got a key play on my tip sheet that we gave out for absolutely free today. You know, it's going to be a very, very exciting race. We're excited to see what this wager is going to do. Be sure to play the $5 last call late daily double with that low takeout of 15% that we love to see. Here they go, headed out to the track for the second running of the MC Roberts, Merrill C. Roberts government name handicap for Indiana Brads. Good luck.
The horses called Postford now for the 7th race. The Merrill C. Roberts Overnight Handicap, a field of 12. This race will be run at 5.5 furlongs. Here's the field as they parade for the Merrill C. Roberts. Number 1 is Don't Miss Out. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. rides for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy, and Lori Murphy, the ownership. Number 2, Unbridled Sabbath with Jose Gutierrez for John Herron's Herron Thoroughbreds LLC. After the gray, here's number 3, the Kid Pataki, Alberto Burgos with a win on the card. Riding here for Roger Speece, Speece Stable LLC, Charles Turner, Grant Turner, and Randy Klopp. Number 4, She's Best Cupcake, 3-time winner with Evan Roman. Mike Lauer trains for Bruce Lunsford and Penny Lauer. Number 5, Yo to Win with Summer Pauly, owned and trained by Rogelio Labra. Number 6, Acadi Flatter with Fernando de la Cruz on the opening day score sheet, riding here for Speed Stable LLC and trainer Randy Klopp. Number 7, Temple Painter with Joe Ramos, white cap, postword for Speed Racing LLC, Speed Stable, and Randy Klopp. Number 8, City Prayers with Irving Moncada, John Herron, Herron Thoroughbreds LLC, the racing ownership and trainer. Number 9, Hot Meadows with Hannah Leahy. As a win on the card, posted here for Tiana Richardville's Thirsty Acres Racing LLC. Hot Meadows, a 4-time winner, followed by 10 Molly's Potion with Sammy Ramirez. Don Fontenot trains for owner Jorge L. Rivera Castaner. Honey Red is number 11 of the dozen. Alex Achard riding for trainer Clamaco Galindo Torres, owners Juan de la Cruz and Joshua Galindo. And number 12, Fat Chance with Mitchell Murrell. Tim Eggleston trains for David Nyman's Willowbrook Stables Limited and owner Jane Woods. Scratch the also eligible, the 13 Total Luna Eclipse. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, a carryover, the 10-cent Pentafecta of $2,230. Start of the new this season, the $5 last call, late thoroughbred daily double, fast track, final 50-cent pick 3 of the day, fast and at post time for the Merrill C. Roberts Overnight Handicap.
First handicap of the meet, the Merrill C. Roberts, just a few minutes away from post. A nice field assembled in here. 12 of them set to battle it out for $55,000. On your screen, my top selection, Fat Chance. Hasn't been seen since November of last year, but Mitch Merle became accustomed with this 4-year-old filly last year, 5 for 8 in the exact. Tim Eggleston had himself a banner meet. I know the connections are looking to pick up right where they left off in those blue silks. And Fat Chance favorably drawn to the outside, can go to the lead or sit off the pace in here. But 5-2 right now, currently favored off that 8-1 morning line. I know Dan and Rachel touched on the 1 and the 3, but a couple of horses that are maybe being overlooked right now in the win pools are Hot Middles in post position number 9, a horse who should get a great pace set up in here for Tiana Richardville. She owns, trains, and bred this 4-year-old filly who is a 4-time winner, just making under $200,000, almost eclipsing the mare, Pretty Miss Trippy. She banked $300,000. You have to like a horse that can come from off the pace. We've seen it all day long. We've talked a lot about speed, going 5.5 furlongs, but so far we've seen horses coming from well off the pace or in that tactical position. I think Hot Middles, if ready to rock and roll off the layoff, can do so. And then Temple Painter, Randy Klopp, Joe Ramos, connections you don't get very often at 9-1. The 7 and the 9 are clearly the value in here. The 3 and the 12 are the better choices right now, but we've seen some chaos today. Alberto Burgos, one of our leading riders last season, brought home a 22-1 shot. We had a favorite just get up over another long shot in race number 6, and we're just a few minutes away from kicking off that ultra-low takeout, $5 minimum, featuring 2 very nice handicaps with big fields. Get into that daily double, $5 minimum. Going to expect big payouts, especially with some big fields. Coming at you next.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Merrill C. Roberts Overnight Handicap. They're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Don't Miss Out. Joe Ramos, Temple Painter, has joined Don't Miss Out, loading up. Jose Gutierrez with Unbridled Sabbath taking her position in the starting gate. Irving Moncada with City Prayers, like Unbridled Sabbath. Both in the handicap were John Herron. Alberto Burgos with the Kid Pataki. Hannah Leahy, up comes Hot Middles to take her position. Evan Roman, Best Cupcake went in well. Samuel Bermudez, Molly's Potion drew 10. Alex Ishard, Honey Red moving into the starting gate. Summer Pauly with Yo to win. 2 back. Fernando Little Cruz with a Cotty Flatter. The Randy Klopp 3 here. Cotty Flatter has joined the cast, so stand by. One more. Mitchell Morrow, Fat Chance coming up. Fat Chance to post 12. It's the first of 2 handicap features on opening day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. All in. And they're off for the Merrill C. Roberts Overnight Handicap. The Kid Pataki comes out to a lightning quick start, joined by Best Cupcake with the black cap. Cuddy Flatter is right there now with early interest. And on the outside, Temple Painter in a white cap. Don't Miss Out making her bid with the rail. On the outside is City Prayers, now the top 4. Fat Chance running a wide 5th. Temple Painter is 6th, but to the inside, Best Cupcake running in 7th as they went past the half-mile pole. Break it 2 to the gray, Unbridled Sabbath, joined out wide by Honey Red, Hot Middles, and Molly's Potion is last of the 12. After a quarter in 22.30 seconds, they roll to the top of the stretch, and it's the Kid Pataki. Oh, a spill there as the Kid Pataki went down hard. The Kid Pataki has unseated Alberto Burgos just outside the quarter pole as Akati Flatter is the leader. 1 furlong to go. From toward the inside, Don't Miss Out with Bus Cupcake in between horses, and on the outside, Temple Painter. They're close to home. It's a Cotty Flatter for Fernando de la Cruz. A Cotty Flatter holding sway. A Cotty Flatter at the finish. From Hot Meadows, Best Cupcake was third. Temple Painter followed home by Fat Chance, Unbridled Sabbath City Prayer. Then we came back to Honey Red with Molly's Potion and Don't Miss Out. Yo to Win was eased, and the Kid Pataki fell nearing the top of the stretch. Photo finish. Stewart's inquiry concerns the spill at the top of the stretch. Alberto Burgos has made his way to the van coming back here toward the winner's circle at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Equine staff tending to the Kid Pataki on the turn. Unofficial win photo after the Merrill C. Roberts inquiry concerns the spill with the Kid Pataki coming toward the quarter pole. And again, noting jockey Alberto Burgos involved with that spill with the Kid Pataki. Alberto making his way back to the jockey's room here at the track. Unofficial, 6-9, 4-7, 12, 6, Ekati Flatter, 7-1 first, 9 Hot Middles, 5-1 second. Number 4, Best Cupcake, 29-1 third, 7 Temple Painter, 9-1 fourth, and a Fat Chance, fifth for the Pentafecta, 105.14. And once again here, the equine staff tending to number 3, the Kid Pataki, on the far turn. Alberto Burgos up to his feet and back to the jockey's quarters. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 6 Ekati Flatter riding double for Fernando de la Cruz. Ekati Flatter is a 6-year-old bay mare by Tail of Ekati out of the Flatter mare Cajolery, bred here in the Hoosier State by Dawn Martin. Racing for Roger Spee's Stable LLC, opening day double for Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Ekati Flatter. The inquiry concerns the spill coming toward the quarter pole. The winner's presentation after the Merrill C. Roberts Overnight Handicap, along with Horseshoe Indianapolis, Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom, Director of Racing, Racing Secretary Chris Polson, and his assistant Chris Kamak. Winner's presentation to the connections of Ekati Flatter comes back on top to take out the Merrill C. Roberts. Noting the inquiry with regard to the spill coming toward the top of the stretch in the handicap has been withdrawn by the stewards. 6-9, 4-7, Fat Chance the 12 runs fifth. Inquiry withdrawn with no changes in the running order.
I'm going to personally, because I'll get a million text messages and a bunch of producers from FanDuel will text me. So go ahead and tell them what you just found out about Pataki.
Yeah, I just talked to our vet, and he said that the horse is fine. Looked like Burgo said that he thought she jumped a shadow, and when she jumped a shadow, she went, stumbled, lost her footing, and went down. The only reason she's getting on the van is she broke her bridle.
Okay. All right, so we love a good report here. She was my top selection. She was the one to catch. But I said on Steve Bick, actually, early this morning, I said, this is a tough race for me because I love Akati. And I had to leave her out. And every time I do, she beats me. So you're probably chuckling about that too. But tell us how you felt about that performance given Pataki taken out of that with that whole deal.
Well, she won the same race last year. And I had talked to Fernando a couple days ago, and I told Fernando that I thought he was on, the first race of the year. She runs real big, fresh. I thought he was on the best horse today.
She needed a little bit of time. She's a speedy girl, so congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right, Fernando, walk us through the trip.
Well, thanks to God, I just get the opportunity. I was worried about it, that Burgos, fall off, and thanks to God, it looked like he come back good. But I mean, the trip was good. I get him in the position, he broke good, so I just wait to the stretch and get him to the wire.
Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
We've got another handicap coming up, but a wonderful way, good news to end this race. Go, Clap, go. Wonderful way to end this. We have the MC Roberts under our belt, one of our favorite OGs right here, and Brian Elmore also is here, and his race is coming up next.
Results after the Merrill C. Roberts. That handicap here, one of two premier races on the opening day card. Results in 6-9 exacta paid $132.80. That 10-cent Grand High 5. The Pentafecta will carry over to the Brian Elmore for $10,007. Pentafecta carries over to the next. 50-cent trifecta, 694, $735.75. 11-6 double and even $63. Ekati Flatter capping off a 50-cent pick 3 on the card. 311-6 returns $695.95. Temple Painter ran fourth. The 10-cent Superfecta, 6947 paid $1,529.25. 12 faced the starter, 105.14. 18 minutes away from the Brian Elmore. No changes in the next handicap. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The carryover again of the 10-cent Pentafecta stands at $10,007. Post time, 5:54. And they're off. The Merrill C. Roberts overnight handicap. The Kid Pataki comes out to a lightning quick start, joined by Best Cupcake with the black cap. Cuddy Flatter is right there now with early interest. And on the outside, Temple Painter and a white cap. Don't miss out, making her bid with the rail. On the outside is City Prayers, now the top four. Fat Chance running a wide fifth. Temple Painter is sixth, but to the inside, Best Cupcake running in seventh as they went past the half-mile pole. Break it 2 to the gray, Unbridled Sabbath, joined out wide by Honey Red, Hot Middles, and Molly's Potion is last to the 12 after a quarter in 22.30 seconds. They roll to the top of the stretch, and it's the Kid Pataki. Oh, a spill there as the Kid Pataki went down hard. The Kid Pataki has unseated Alberto Burgos just outside the quarter pole, as Akati Flatter is the leader. 1 furlong to go. From to the inside, Don't Miss Out with Bus Cupcake in between horses, and on the outside, Temple Painter. They're close to home. It's Akati Flatter for Fernando de la Cruz. Akati Flatter holding sway. Akati Flatter at the finish. From Hot Meadows, Best Cupcake was third. Temple Painter followed at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Going from downstairs to upstairs, I literally just went like this. I was like, where's my mic? It's on my ear. Very happy to see that Klopp's horse came out of that one okay. And Burgess, of course.
Yeah, that was a deep breath we took there.
Yeah, she's jumps shadows. Horses do that sometimes. If you guys don't know or anyone's new to the sport, shadow rollers are something that they'll wear if that's a problem for them. But yeah, horses are. I trail ride, and mine don't like puddles. They have it's hard for them to see depth perception. Their depth perception is not much, so a little 2-inch puddle to them looks like an abyss. So that's probably why she did that. But we'll transition here to the Brian Elmore overnight, and of course, just to give you guys a little bit of insight, Brian Elmore has been in Indiana racing. He started in Texas, but he's been in Indiana racing forever. You can thank him for the addition of Racing Rachel. He was the person who hired me. And I always have to give him props about that because started from the bottom, now we're here, right, Dan? We're twinning on this race, 639. Latigo is our top selection. Klopp winning the opening day handicaps last year with Akati, and now we're going to try to win with Latigo. Tell us what you like about this horse, Dan.
Well, the class is obviously there. I like the style. I love horses that love to win. 11 for 27. I mean, I wish I owned him. 11 for 27. I mean,
he pays for the barn, doesn't he?
$544,000 and could add a bunch more today. So I think Ramos will sit mid-pack and try to blast home and might show a little bit more speed than normal off that layoff. These works have been really good.
They have.
Really
I wrote
quick.
that his sharp work on March 28th, but then look at that one on the 20th, the bullet work, 58-2. I just picked up my work tab to look at that. Just wow, you made a good point. Looking very, very good in the morning, and like we said, firing off the layoff for sure for these horses hasn't been a very big problem. Then let's go to the 3. These are the 2 that Dan felt strong. Even though we're out of the ticket, I liked the construction of it, and I think that was a smart play to put Sleepy and Latigo together. My daughter, this is her pick for this race. She was looking at my program, and I see an R, so that's for Ray. Fernando and Klopp looking to repeat. I have this as Klopp's race. Last race was his race. This one, definitely, I think it's his race to lose. He's got 2 of the top contenders in here, very speedy. You got to go back 6 races to find this horse out of the money.
Yeah, Sleepy's probably the speed of the speed. There isn't a ton signed on here that I see. So should be in front with Dela Cruz, and, turning for home, a horse that's 5 for 10, you're going to have to run by, and Klopp's got the other one coming, running at him. So he's got the 2 main ones, I think. There are a couple prices in here that have a chance, and it's another Klopp, too.
Yeah, it's another Klopp.
The 7's another Klopp. And then Gennaro Garcia's got a couple on the outside, the 8 and 9, that I thought both had a little chance, too. So, but I think, if you're going on short tickets, if I had the 3-6 alive, I'd be real happy right now.
Right, and just looking at her him in the paddock, that guy is feeling his oats, pulling on. Talk about on the muscle. I mean, that groom was really fighting for his life to keep that horse in check. So, off looks, I would say that the 3 raring to go in the paddock hasn't actually reared yet, to my knowledge. It's definitely fitting for the term. Mollystown also. I've got some people that listen that are on X. I'm going to drop a little nugget. I'm not going to post this. Whoever's watching and following along, I've got a Mollystown saddle tail laying on my couch upstairs in my office. I found it this morning. If whoever hears this, if you're listening, tweet me that you heard. I'll give it to you. I'll send it to you. Rachel, the Queen of Swag, is going to send you a Mollystown saddle towel, but only if you're listening live. Tell me what you like about Mollystown. I think that this is a really talented guy. He's definitely got kind of a sit-off stock the pace kind of running style a little bit. I think that might benefit him given the group.
Yeah, absolutely, and he loves Indiana. 6 for 18 at Indiana, perfect outside post. When you come in from Oaklawn, at first glance, you're like, well, he didn't run much. But those races are really tough down there. 50,000 open sprint. I mean, that race was absolutely loaded. So, the class level's dropping, good outside post. Probably will be a mid-pack type runner and going to have to run Sleepy down the 3 in the lane, but I mean, 3 to 1's I would say fair. I mean, 3
I
to
know.
1's fair.
There has been some, even on the favorites, it has been some pretty good prices here today, but definitely has ran some nice speed figures at today's distance as well on the 9 Mollystown. Long shot, I like the 8 Scotty's on Edge, you guys. It's been a long time, but this horse has shown some really big figures at today's distance and in this exact kind of race. So if you're playing supers, if you're playing tries and you want to mix a long shot in, I'm going to throw the 8 in my hat. Looks really good in the paddock as well. Filled out, nice and calm. So yeah, we're definitely have had a nice successful day here, but Dan's got to drive back to Kentucky, don't you?
Well, almost to Kentucky.
Almost.
To the North Bend exit on 74. I don't have to go across the river.
You don't have to go across the river. There we go. He's going right up to the bottom. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us here today, Dan. I have had a very great time hanging out with you. I'll never forget the whole opening day. I've just been babysitting Dan, and I don't say that in a bad way. I absolutely loved showing him around and introducing him to everybody.
That was fun. You got a good crowd, too.
Yeah, we did.
It was a little colder than we thought.
Yeah, I was not taking
nice.
that bald head outside. I'll tell you that for free.
I didn't bring my hat.
All right. Well, he'll be back soon, I'm sure, and definitely excited to see his analysis. Once a week, we're going to get a little drop in from Dan and some key plays this year. Very much looking forward to that. 4 minutes to the 8th race, the Brian Elmore Memorial, as he makes his way up the stairs to tell me how I would not be here if it weren't for him. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track for the 8th race, the Brian Elmore Overnight Handicap. Here at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 10. No program changes, all 10 run. Here's the field as they parade for the Brian Elmore. Number 1 is Commander Storm. Irving Moncada rides for Michael J. Ryan's Clabbermore Stable, LLC, and trainer John Harron Thoroughbreds, LLC. Number 2, Win Me Over with Santo Sanjor. Owned by Marion F. Gorham Revocable Trust. Bob Gorham trains with Santo Sanjor. 3, Sleepy. Fernando de la Cruz with a double on the card for Randy Klopp. Trains Sleepy, making a seasonal bow for Reese Ranch of Dennis Reese. Just Happy to Be Here is drawn 4. Evan Roman has a win on opening day. Mike Lauer trains for Falcon Racing Stable, Mike Johnson, and owner Penny Lauer. Number 5, Leo Springs with Jose Gutierrez for John Harron's Harron Thoroughbreds, LLC. Number 6, Latigo. Joe Ramos rides for Speed Stable, LLC, and Randy Klopp. Number 7, Chocolate Moose. Alberto Burgos, right back up, riding here for Randy Klopp and Liz Klopp. Number 8, Scotty's on Edge, with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., won the season opener for Gennaro Garcia, 7-time winner, Postword for Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Mollystown has drawn 9. Alex Ashard riding for Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated of Gennaro Garcia. And number 10, one of the Randy Klopp quartet, Monde Villa, with Mitchell Morrow riding for Liz Klopp and Jill and Patrick the ownership. That's the 10 for the Brian Elmore Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, noting a carryover in the 10-cent Grand High Five, $10,007 Pentafecta carryover. Close to a start for our second premier race on opening day.
Horses back on track for the $55,000 Brian Elmore handicap. On your screen, the good-looking Chocolate Moose hopes to be sweet today for the Klopp gang, and what a sweet day it's been for them. Opening day, they've already got a double handicap win, and they look to go back-to-back in handicaps. And Chocolate Moose was about as consistent as they come. A horse for course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 11 for 15 in the top 3. $168,000 banked in that time here locally. Was last seen October 1st last year, running in the Too Much Coffee handicap, and ran a good second behind CJ Storm. They like to, they're very tactical. I was going to say they like to go to the lead, but really he's won on the pace, off the pace, closing from well out of it. He's just kind of a game-old racehorse, and one that you'd love to own because he runs his race each and every time. Back in 2024, 7 for 10 in the top 3. Last season, 6 for 8 in the exacta with over 6 figures in earnings. Now, Burgos, he went down last race, and if he didn't think he had a punter's chance in here, I think he probably would have just taken this race off, said I'm a little bit sore, I'm going to rest a little bit and come back tomorrow. However, it tells me a lot about how tough these guys are and how brave they are, that goes down going 30 miles an hour around a turn, leading a field, and he opts right back in the saddle for Randy Klopp. And I think that says a lot about how he feels about his chances in here and how brave all these men and women are that get aboard these horses. I think Chocolate Moose deserves a long, long look in here. Your current favorite is the other Randy Klopp trainee, Sleepy. But I think the most deserving favorite is probably the 7-year-old Latigo. Randy Klopp, Joe Ramos, they just teamed up to win our first handicap. I think Latigo, on his best day, he's won 11 races. He's over $500,000 in earnings. He should come in here ready to rock and roll. He ran in this race last year. He was beaten by a nose by Win Me Over at 7-5. Now, Win Me Over in here is 18-1. So Win Me Over did win this race last year and is now being currently overlooked entirely. A lot of the money's going on the Klopp horses in here. In fact, all of them taking some action. The 3 and the 6 taking the lion's share. Molly's Town does have that prep race over at Oaklawn Park, but it's been 2 years since Molly's Town has won. We'll see if he can get back to his winning ways. He was a win machine early on in his career, but since then, I won't say the wheels have fallen off because he certainly paid his way with over $50,000 in earnings last year, but it's been some time since Molly's Town has won. He does have a recency edge over many in here. However, Randy Klopp has done what he does, and he's had his horses ready to go at first asking. We'll see if Chocolate Moose can win at 7-1, but I think Latigo, strictly the horse to beat in here. If you're looking for a long shot, maybe a get-out horse, how about Just Happy to Be Here? Michael Lauer, Evan Roman, Rachel always says Lauer wins when you least expect it on some of the biggest days and biggest spots, and that could be the case in here. Turf to dirt in play, a horse, another one who's consistent but is overlooked in here at 14-1. John G. Dooley gives you the Brian Elmore as a set for a load.
Cheers, Brian. Moving into the starting gate. Irving Moncada, Commander Storm first in. Santos Sanjor, Win Me Over, has joined Commander Storm. Joe Ramos with Latigo, making his seasonal bow. Latigo went in okay. The 6-time winner here last season. Up comes Sleepy. Fernando Leto Cruz with a couple of wins on the card for Randy Klopp. Alberto Burgos, Chocolate Moose went in well. Marcelino Pantoja Jr., Scotty's on edge joins. Evan Roman with Just Happy to Be Here. Jose Gutierrez, Leo Springs coming up. Alex Ashard with Mollystown. Mollystown loaded, so stand by. At 5.5 furlongs, one more. Mitchell Morrill with Mondavilla. One of the 4 trained by Randy Klopp. They're in the gate. They're off, racing in the Brian Elmore overnight handicap, and Mollystown broke slow. Fast start for Win Me Over. Win Me Over to the early lead here for Santos Sanjor. Right there with Win Me Over is on the outside, Sleepy, making his first run of 2026, and they're in a head-to-head battle going past the half mile. The Gray Mondavilla tracks then from third, Latigo running in fourth. To the inside is Scotty's Edge running in fifth. Then in between horses, as they round the far turn, is Chocolate Moose with 3 furlongs to go. Outside Chocolate Moose is Mollystown, who's among those last away from the starting gate. Commander Storm with Leo Springs, and Just Happy to Be Here trails them with under a quarter of a mile to go. It's Sleepy. They turn for home, and Sleepy is in front from Win Me Over, who tries to rally on. They come through the final quarter of a mile. It's Sleepy. Game Win Me Over toward the inside. Win Me Over responds to the pressure. Sleepy just leads the 16th out. And then toward the inside is Chocolate Moose through into third. Scotty's and Edge is fourth. It's Sleepy. Sleepy as Fernando Leto Cruz caps off a 3-win first day. Sleepy in the Brian Elmore over Win Me Over. And then Chocolate Moose with Commander Storm and Just Happy to Be Here among those next across the finish. $103.53 after the Brian Elmore. 103.53. Sleepy at 3-1. Over 20-1. Win Me Over. 11-1 Chocolate Moose. Alberto Burgos right back in action. Scotty's on edge with Commander Storm. Latigo. Win Me Over. Mondavilla. Leo Springs. Mollystown. After the Brian Elmore. 103.53. 3 on opening day for Fernando Leto Cruz and Randy Klopp. First run of 2026 for Sleepy. Three, 2, 7, 8, 1 from the judges. 3 Sleepy. 3-1 confirmed first in the Brian Elmore. 2 Win Me Over. Game second at 20-1. 7 Chocolate Moose. 11-1 third, 8 Scotty's on edge, 9-1 fourth, and Commander Storm. From some ways back, getting into the Pentafecta, 3-2, 7-8-1. Returning to the winner's circle, number 3, Sleepy. Fernando de la Cruz for 3. Sleepy, 4-year-old bank gelding by Keen Ice. Out of Adorable Debbie by Aldebaran. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by owner Dennis Reese's Ranch. A training triple on day 1 of 123 for Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. He's back. He's Sleepy. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle coming up the winner's presentation after the Brian Elmore overnight handicap, and the result is official. Once again, Horseshoe Indianapolis Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom, joined by Director of Racing Secretary Chris Polson, and Assistant Racing Secretary here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Chris Kamak, for the winner's presentations, the connections of Sleepy. 3 on opening day for winning jockey Fernando de la Cruz and trainer Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this talented Indiana bred, the Reese Ranch homebred for Dennis Reach Sleepy. 3-2 exacta paid $106.20. 50-cent trifecta, $306.75. Chocolate Mousse was third. Scotty's on edge fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 3278, paid $581.65. 50-cent pick 3, $87.80. The $1 Itoba, late pick 4. 404, capped off by Sleepy, returned $7,589.20. 50-cent late fire 5, $22,263.25 on 5 out of 5, with Commander Storm fourth, the 10-cent pentafecta. That pays on 3, 2, 7, and the 8 was fourth, and the 1/5 Commander Storm. Pentafecta, $6,144.19. Very talented Reese Ranch homebred, 6-time winner last season, starts off his 4-year-old campaign right back in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle. It was 3 for Fernando de la Cruz on day 1 of 123, 3 for Randy Klopp. They join Racing Rachel now.
We got Brian J. Elmore to be our Vanna White. And Randy, you pulled him over here. Love winning his race. You had the same start to 2025 that you're having in 2026. You and Fernando just keyed up for 3 races together here. We'll set that tone. Tell us how you felt about Sleepy's performance today.
You know, I had 4 real nice horses in this race. You could have threw up any one and expected any of them to win. You know, Sleepy was real tough for us last year, and it looked like he's starting off the same way he ended up last year.
When you got to go back 6 races to get a horse to even see a race out of the money, you know you got a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, congratulations on the win. Brian, thanks for being here and bringing your handsome face and being named after this race.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more coming up. It is the quarter horse of it with our very own Martha Clausen giving you her expert analysis. What a wonderful opening day. Stick around for the last.
They're off, racing in the Brian Elmore overnight handicap, and Mollystown broke slow. Fast start for Win Me Over. Win Me Over to the early lead here for Santos Sanjor. Right there with Win Me Over is on the outside Sleepy, making his first run of 2026. And they're in a head-to-head battle going past the half mile. The Gray Mondavilla tracks then from third. Latigo running in fourth. To the inside is Scotty's Edge running in fifth. Then in between horses, as they round the far turn, is Chocolate Mousse with 3 furlongs to go. Outside Chocolate Mousse is Mollystown was among those last away from the starting gate. Commander Storm with Leo Springs and Just Happy to Be Here trails them with under a quarter of a mile to go. It's Sleepy. They turn for home, and Sleepy is in front from Win Me Over, who tries to rally on. They come through the final quarter of a mile. It's Sleepy. Game Win Me Over toward the inside. Win Me Over responds to the pressure. Sleepy just leads the 16th out. And then toward the inside is Chocolate Mousse through into third. Scotty's and Edges fourth. It's Sleepy. Sleepy as Fernando de la Cruz caps off a 3-win first day. Sleepy in the Brian Elmore over Win Me Over.
Well, welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis for our 2026 live racing season. We're super excited. Obviously, the weather's interesting. April in Indiana, 31 degrees this morning. Wow, that's crazy. But we know that not only the temperature, but the action's going to heat up as we progress through this season. And we're all really pleased to be back with you. All right, well, you've seen the thoroughbreds and the excellent analysis from Rachel and Brian. And I'm really excited to be back as your quarter horse analyst. I love this breed. I love their speed, their explosiveness. And most importantly, I'm so proud of everybody in Indiana for the growth of quarter horse racing in the Hoosier state. The purses have gone up. The quality of the mares and stallions, incredible. And the people, I can't say enough about the people. You know I'm crazy about you guys. And I'm going to begin our analysis of this race. It's a maiden, 250-yard maiden for registered Indiana breds. They're going to go 250 yards, not very far, purse of $18,000. I'm going to begin with last year's outstanding horseman, and that was Tim Eggleston, is and was 51 wins last season. He's got 2 entrants in today's finale. I'm going to throw my magic wand over number 2, which is a Flying Ivory. Like her for several reasons. She's a filly by Ivory James, so that's excellent pedigree. She's bred by Sherry Miller, who is one of the more exceptional breeders we've ever had in, and she continues to have such strong stock. And despite making 2 starts last season and not winning a race, not even hitting the board, I'm just going to chalk that up to the fact that not all 2-year-olds are at their best in their 2-year-old season. Some of them need time and maturity to develop. She worked a bullet, fastest work of the day, on March 26th. So that's definitely a positive. And then last year's leading rider, Eduardo Diaz, has retained his relationship with the Eggleston barn. I don't see him slowing down at all. So that's my top choice. Number 2, Flying Ivory. But we've got a couple others that I think merit a lot of consideration. Number 1, GV Black Panther, has a little bit more experience than my top choice for owner-trainer Jessie Vasquez. She had an excellent year last year. And her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who rides for the barn. Now, in quarter horse racing, not uncommon for the girls and the boys to match up. So this is a gelding, 4-year-old gelding by Encore. He actually ran quite a few futurity trials last year, wrapped his season with a berth into the Miss Roxy Little consolation. So you see some progression there and good connections as well. That's number 1, GV Black Panther. Let's go next to the outside, and that's going to be 9, EOS Running Roxy, who posts some encouraging results for owner-trainer Tony Cunningham back in 2025. This is a filly by EOS Apolitical Win. She actually qualified for the leader of the class Sale Futurity, which I think gives her a little bit of edge when you compete in a final versus a trial or a maiden. That's something to look at. And I think going to be in the mix from her far outside post under rider Danny Martinez, who was the 2nd leading quarter horse rider last season. And I'll round up my top 4 with number 6, and that's La Zuman, who hit the board, very consistent in the 2-year-old season, hit the board in 3 of her 4 starts last year for the Raul de la Mora barn. She's sired by Jess Zuman out of an Escondido Beach mare, so that's a Sherry Miller post for you as well. I think she's certainly a contender in this field. Her on the board, she didn't do very much in futurity races, but to just be able to hit the board 3 or 4 starts, I think bodes well for this filly. So I'll go 2, 1, 8, 6. But as you might know, or hopefully will know, we also host a 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, and the pool is strictly reserved for quarter horses. And believe me, for 10-cent wagers, we've seen it go into the thousands last year when a long shot is involved. So I do have a long shot for you to take a look at, and that's number 5, HF. He's a brick house. Obviously, double-digit odds last year, but the powerhouse duo behind this horse is Natasha Perez, who's an exceptional trainer, and her go-to rider, Diego Bocanegra. So that's my ideas for our opening day. Look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow in the paddock and, of course, throughout the 2026 live racing season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck to everybody.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 9th race to close out the opening day card. Maiden quarter horse dash over the 250 yards. All 9 run. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 3, He's Political, plus 7 pounds. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta featured. Round about a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the last, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, GV Black Panther, the first maiden to move into the starting gate. FA Lilies of Winds joins GV Black Panther. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Flying Ivory. HF, he's a brick house. He's Political, drew 3. Hugo Macias, La Zuman coming up to take her position in the starting gate. It's political loaded. AP, I'm That Dove. Watch for Estella. AP, I'm That Dove. 2 back. Flying Ivory just flipped in the starting gate. Now back up. Flying Ivory. They're backing Flying Ivory out to the starting gate. Late scratch, number 2, Flying Ivory. By order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 250-yard start, number 2, Flying Ivory, has now been scratched. All wagers here on 2, Flying Ivory refunds. Those having the 2, Flying Ivory in our final pick 3 of the day, those wagers transferred to the post-time favorite. The field being backed out of the starting gate. Still time to make any alternate wagers should you choose. Late scratch on 2, Flying Ivory, after flipping in the starting gate. After the late scratch on 2, Flying Ivory reloading. GV Black Panther, again joined by He's Political. HF He's a Brick House. AP I'm That Dove remains fractious and back of the starting gate. La Zuman has reloaded. Leading up FA Lilies of Winds. Watch for Estella, the daughter of Escondido Beach, back into the starting gate. AP I'm That Dove remains reluctant to load, working with AP I'm That Dove. She's 38-1 and reluctant to load. She's gone all in. AP I'm That Dove. Leonel Rios to reset on board that filly at 250 yards. Late scratch we had on 2, Flying Ivory. One more. Danny Martinez with Eos running Roxy. Wednesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow's card will do it for opening week. The all-in off in the Tuesday finale. Fast start for GV Black Panther past the 220. Here comes a charge from Watch for Estella with HF He's a Brick House. GV Black Panther and Watch for Estella runs past her. Photo finish, holo tickets. The judges have posted number 8, Watch for Estella first. 1, GV Black Panther second. 5, HF He's a Brick House third. Number 9, EOS Running Roxy, 4th Late Rally. 6, Lazuman getting into the quarter horse Pentafecta. 8-1, 5-9-6. No final time for the 250. Fast Track. Crosswind. Ninth race official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Watch for Estella. Isidro Banuelos for Tony Cunningham. Trains for Jorge Oval Sanchez. She's a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Escondido Beach out of Watch for Corona by Royalty on Watch. It's official. 8-1 exacta paid $38.60. 50-cent trifecta, $61.20. EOS Running Roxy getting into the frame. 10-cent superfecta, 8159, $51.46. Final pick 3 of the day, capped off by Watch for Estella. She wins it, 101.50. The 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, $618.54. Lazuman ran 5th. 8-1, 5-9-6 after the last of the day. Posted final now, 13.665. Fast Track for the maiden, 13.665 seconds. That concludes our live racing program here on opening day. Next live race card will be tomorrow from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. That'll wrap up opening week here in town. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure on opening day 2026. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off in the Tuesday finale. Fast start for GV Black Panther past the 220. Here comes a charge from Watch for Estella with HF He's a Brick House. GV Black Panther and Watch for Estella runs past her.